could he... What? Why does that not work? Ah. Does it... Ta-da! Now it works. It's not Monday. No. It's Okay, so that was weird. Let me see. Yep. Okay, so I think it works. I think I'm here. I think the microphone is working. I think we're all good. Everything is fine. It's November, and we survived yet another month. I don't know how that didn't work. I tested it, and then as I clicked the button, it froze as I was looking very determined. So, how was your guys' weekend? Mine was shit. So, yay. Well, no, it wasn't a shit weekend, but it was a shit weekend. So, I've had a good time, but not for the reasons that I should have. So, I went to a workshop this weekend, a rope workshop in the lounge, and it was some high-profile teacher from Europe that I've been seeing before, and it was so fucking boring. Like, you pay a lot of money for these workshops because you expect that something good is going to come out of it, and you learn something new, and you get like the masters in Europe, which, you know, they're okay, but they're not super innovative, honestly. And it was a present for my girlfriend for her birthday, so, you know, it was a long time ago, and then we were going to this workshop, and it was going to be nice. So, but the thing is, this was not a rope workshop, really. It was like, it was called Ichigo Ichii, which means right here, right now in Japanese. And the point was that sort of making the most out of an unrepeatable moment. Like, it sounded nice, and it was about sort of how to build a session and how to sort of get the right mood and all that stuff. But it was, that's not really, like, the problem is that if you have someone who's really good at tying ropes come in and tell you about something they don't know about, then it doesn't really matter how good they are at ropes, because that's not really what matters. Like, that's like me trying to teach you FPS. Like, sure, it's the same genre, but or it's gaming, but, you know, it's not something I know anything about. My skills from Factorio are not applicable to another domain, and therefore it was kind of shit. And you know, it was talking about things that I knew more about, like being present in the moment, and sort of, it was basically teaching a tantric view, but sort of using Japanese principles. But it was like, I know that, and you're demoing something, and you're not really good at it, and now you're talking and you're talking and you're talking and talking. So in the end, it was 6 hours of workshop Saturday and 6 hours of workshop Sunday. Saturday, we had 6 exercises of like 15 to 20 minutes, and the rest was just talk. That is just not okay for me. Like, that is, and today was basically the same thing. And then after lunch, we had like a tying session. After that tying session, I told my partner, like, I can't do this anymore. I'm leaving. And we had talked about it earlier because we were both really frustrated, and people were basically just sleeping instead. And it was just really, really bad. Like, I don't get when people conduct a workshop, and sort of when they plan out a workshop, they go, oh, I want to talk about this and I want to talk about this. But you're like, yeah, but now you're spending 75% of the time talking, and then only 25% of the time is people actually doing something. This is not a lecture. This is a workshop. So I ended the weekend nicely. Yeah, that's right. So, you know, I got to spend like a whole weekend with a girlfriend. It was nice. We were also supposed to go to a party on Saturday evening, but we just wanted to hang out and just being the two of us, which was nice. So we ended up not going to this party. So it's like the whole thing was just like a weekend with like we planned intense rope and a kinky party, and yeah, and it just turned out to be like sleeping while someone was droning out about things they didn't really know about, and then doing short rope exercises. Like, oh, come on, and then no party either. So yeah, a bit of a letdown. Because, you know, there are not that many workshops like this, and they're pretty pricey, and the fact that it was just a disappointment is just, it hurts, because I wanted this to be good. So, and I always, after every rope session, I take notes, I write what I tied, and how it was, and what I learned, and all that stuff, and usually after a 2-day workshop, I come back with 200 pictures, and just spend a day's worth of time just taking notes and doing, and maybe not drawing diagrams, but explaining like the process and all. And this time I was like, I got nothing. Like, no pictures, no notes, no nothing. There was literally nothing to take notes about. It was so basic. So, yep. Sleeping for an entire weekend sounds like heaven. Well, depends. It wasn't really. So, yeah. So I'm a little bit down about this, and that sucks. So, one of the reasons why I ended earlier was, you know, it was ending at 6, and then I sort of had to rush home and didn't have time to dinner or relax, and then start up the stream. So I was like, okay, we'll end at 4 o'clock. Then I got time to actually get some dinner, rest, and be ready and prepared for the stream tonight, instead of being sort of just arriving home and being bombed out after a weekend workshop. So from that perspective, it's nice that that I am well rested and ready to go. Also to notice that it's a new month, so the leaderboard is completely empty. There's also a little bit of a problem, and I haven't said anything for the last couple of months because it wasn't really a big deal, but it is kind of getting a big deal. Because I'm streaming so much Hollow Knight and Silksong, then there's a lot of people who stopped subscribing. Not the gift subs, but just like the normal subs. And it's a little bit of a problem because I have to maintain a certain level of subs, like in order to maintain my Partner Plus. So that's a little bit of an issue. I'm hoping that next week, not the week starting tomorrow, but the week after that, when we start playing some Pax Romana, maybe hopefully more will come in. Otherwise, I might have to do some little bit of a hard reminder on this. So because yeah, it's important to keep the lights on around here. So yeah, that's the thing. But anyway, there's also a new leaderboard to be breaking in if anyone wants that. Not just now, but you know, in the next coming hours or weeks or days or whatever. Has been sewing a blanket for the little one, procrastinating some reading, and trying to make sense of Mount Holly. Well, it sounds like a nice weekend. Nice relaxing weekend. Yeah. So next week, I have surprisingly few things going on in the evenings, so it'll be Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday for sort of Hollow Knight. That will be when we finish it off, and then we are ready. I might be one more stream after that, but I do think that 3 streams is going to be enough to finish off the game with how the pace we're at right now. We're kind of steamrolling, and we're also kind of in the late game, I think. Well, we are in the late game. There's just a few things left, just a few more things. So that's the plan for content next week. I created 2 episodes of Farthest Frontier last week, and they're not like massively successful, but I like the game. I sat down 2 times to try to record the 3rd episode, and I just realized the map that I had spawned on didn't have stone mines, didn't have coal mine, only had 1 small iron mine and 1 small gold mine. So I was like, I can't play this. I mean, I tried, and I was like, there's no way that I can play this map, because even if I could sort of figure it out, then I wouldn't be playing the map, because I wouldn't never be able to access any mining or smelting or forging or anything like that, and I'd have to sort of play a different game than what is intended. So I was thinking, you know, that doesn't work. So I had to replay it, and I spent a lot of my Fridays just replaying on a different map, extending some time, getting a map, replaying up to the same point as I was. So then of course I had the weekend workshop, so I wasn't able to actually put out a video. But my intention is that I'm going to start putting out a few more videos next week, for as much as it makes sense, just to sort of get a little bit more traction on this. Maybe it's just sort of the window has passed on that content, but I enjoy playing the game. I think it's a very nice, relaxing game. It also prepares a little bit more for Pax Romana, which will, because it is very much an Anno style game. And then we'll sort of see how that goes. But I very much loved it. I watched a playthrough of a game. You might like it. For the next time you want to play some non-Factorio game, have you heard of Expedition 33? Yes, I have. I have heard about it. I've heard about it, and it's good, probably. Right now, I don't think I can play more of the games. I have thoroughly enjoyed Hollow Knight and Silksong, and I think it's also good for me to start doing something else. So I just completed the sponsorship for Father Frontier, and I have one coming up for Pax Romana, which will be nice, and it's something that I plan on playing a lot. So not just for the sponsored content. So Expedition 33 was really good, but the buzz for that one has passed. Yes, it has, and you know, so it has so for Silksong as well. But you know, I started it at somewhat the right time, and I'm just having a blast with it. So I think that Silksong, in particular, but also Hollow Knight was a really good game. Silksong is close to a perfect game. Like, I think it's almost up there with Elden Ring. Like, it is so damn good. And like, the difficulty is just right so far. Hope whatever you pick next is something you enjoy. I hope so too. I hope it's also something you guys enjoy, because I've been playing way too much of things that I enjoyed but no one else enjoyed, or well, few people enjoyed. It would be nice to play something that both I enjoy and you enjoy, and you know, that would be nice change for a change of pace. So, but you know, it'll get there, and maybe if after we've done playing Pax Romana, and if there's nothing sort of new on the horizon, we'll just see what comes along, and maybe it's time to revisit another game. I mean, at some point, I hope we'll also see some more Dyson Sphere, and that will be like a big thing when that happens, and maybe there'll be a 2.1 after, not this year, but the year is almost done anyway. So I think it's gonna be fine, and you know, we'll make it work, and yeah, it is what it is. So I just it can be a little bit rough when playing something that I just so much enjoy. Like when I played Elden Ring as well, I enjoyed it so much, and it just didn't fit my channel, and I really wish I could make it fit the channel, but I don't know how I would do that. So plan on playing a game set in Roman times. Let me grab my books and tune in writing commentary. Oh, I'd love that. I'd love to get some commentary on the historical accuracy and references while playing a game. Elden Ring YouTube was not too bad though. No. It was amazing. And this is the thing, right? I'm also kind of thinking, like, did I miss out on doing the same thing for Silksong? Like doing like the content that I would make would be like all secrets in this area, or bosses like that, because that might be like a full walkthrough of each area or something like that, right? I can do that. I have the save games. I've taken save games after each stream, and I can just restore those, but it's just like, that would be like, I don't know, 12, 15 videos just dumped on my channel, which would take hell of a long time to make, but I don't know if they're actually going to be successful, and especially not now. So if new Anno is something like that fits, that's something like an Anno day where you switch between the different Anno types. Oh no, I don't. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. I played Anno 1800 and it was nice, but it's not a game that I want to replay, because yeah, once you play through the story, the campaign, it was like, what's the point of replaying it? For me, at least, it just wouldn't really. everyone at that point, it's lost its luster, and it's not that big of a game for. It would have to be a dedicated Anno channel to make sense of that, and I think that I think it'll be fun, and I think that it'll be flooding my YouTube, and I think that's just gonna be fine, and yeah, so we'll do that. I mean, maybe I should, yeah. I don't know. For like Elden Ring YouTube was not a bad. No, it wasn't. It was actually quite good, and it's like evergreen content. So once you make those videos, then that's it, right? A little gem called The Cave. Yeah, maybe. I'm sorry. That's not the kind of game I'm needing. But I don't care if the games like Silksong fit your channel. I like the game, and I like a tint of your personal character on top of the game, so I like watching it. Thank you, and I appreciate it. I wish there were more people like you. Way more people like you. So, and I do think that I think that my skill level is high enough that I can make a tutorial, and it's not so high that tutorial becomes useless. Because if you watch a speedrunner kill a boss, and you show that to someone who's learning the game, then it's not useful at all, because what they do is just impossible, and they go like, oh yeah, then you just do, and it's like, how do you get 10 hits in? Because I would be like, this is an opening, attack, you can get one attack in, but then back off and wait for the next attack, and this one you can punish by jumping over and then pogoing, and then so you bounce off. But then you look at a speedrunner, they get 5 hits in the same time. I go like, yeah, okay, maybe that's nice, but it's also just not feasible for people who watch a tutorial on how to do a boss. Right, so yeah. I mind much what our streamer plays as long as he's having fun. That's the content is fun as well. Thank you, much appreciated. That's nice. I mean, I wish we need to cultivate that, and it's also like, I keep telling myself, and this is like the biggest lie being told in the content creation world. It's like, oh, if you're just having fun, the people will come. Like, build it and they will come, which is just absolutely not true. It doesn't work like that. Like, I can see that I'm having a ton of fun with Silksong, and I get progressively fewer viewers, and I'm having more and more fun, and I get less and less viewers. So it's not like people will suddenly find it and go like, oh, this is interesting. It'll be like, oh, okay, I've seen enough Silksong. When are you done with this? And so in order for me to generate interest in that on Twitch, I would have to create some YouTube content that can attract people through the YouTube to come see, like, hey, I watched your YouTube content on Silksong. I want to watch you play it here as well. Like that kind of thing. Which is kind of how most people find my Twitch channel, is through YouTube anyway. Should rebrand as a guide channel instead of being a Factorio game channel. I'm not a Factorio game channel. I haven't been a factory game channel. Yeah, but that is true. But the problem with that is that the first thing that happens is that you lose your core audience, and in order to attract new audience, and that's the problem, right? But I do want to do that, and I have done that, and I've also done non-factory games, and I think I'd love to do that, but I also sort of, the problem is, like, let's say right now I'm good enough at Silksong to feel that I could make guides of it. Sure. It's a little bit too late, isn't it? Or maybe it's not. Like, people are still producing guides for Elden Ring, for example, and they probably still, like, if you look up some tutorial on some topic in Elden Ring, and you might find something that's 4 months old and it has a lot of views, I go like, okay, so it's not like it's 4 years old, it's 4 months old. So I'm pretty sure Silksong is going to be an evergreen game that people will always play. Hurt in the short term, but possibly better in the long term. The more options for games to play to cover. Yeah, I mean, sorry, but if Pantix, you just don't know what you're talking about. It's such an easy thing to say. Like, it's such an easy thing to say, and it can sort of logically make sense, but it's not the real world. It's not how it works. Like, it's like saying, you know, people who go to the movies also have cars. So why don't you sell car parts while you're in the movies? Why not? People have cars. They need car parts. They could buy it while going to the movies. Why not? It logically makes sense, but it doesn't make sense because it's not why you go there in the first place. And if you go to the movie theater that's full of car parts, you get confused because what the hell is this? I thought I was going to the movies. And it's kind of that thing where you can argue, you can logically argue why it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense because that's not how YouTube works. Like people will see a new Factory game and go like, ooh, what was that Factory guy? Oh yeah, the guy with the city block. Yeah. I wonder if he has played it. And they come to my channel again, even though they haven't been there for 2 years, and they come back and see that, oh yeah, I played a couple of episodes of Shapes 2, and they go, oh cool. So maybe that's a game worth playing. But in order to be a guide channel, which I'd love to do that, it'll be I'd have to achieve a certain level of mastery before. And I'd make no mistake, I'd love to do that. I would absolutely love to do that. I just don't think that it's possible. In general, I tried, and I want to keep trying it, and I'm okay with not working. But I think it's an uphill battle to do, and I think it's much better for me to focus on doing guides and let's plays for games that are somewhat within the genre. So like Farthest Frontier is a potential, but it's too small of a game. Pax Romana is a potentially good game that I can maybe make some. Here's a really efficient farming setup, or here's your city blocks in Pax Romana, that kind of thing, right? And that would be branching out into non-factory games, but also simulation games. Like for example, I have some moderately successful Valheim guides for bosses and zones, and that's tangential. It's not a factory game, but it's a open world builder game. So that would be how to branch out. But if I start making League of Legends tutorials, then it's going to be confusing. And Silksong is also going to be confusing. But I might do it just because I'm like, fuck it, this is what I want. Yeah, so not to rain on the parade here, but it's there's also the other element of it, which is unfortunately the realistic case why it's not a good idea, is that let's say if I wanted to jump into something like Silksong, as soon as I found out like, oh shit, this is a good game, I love it, then I should have cleared my calendar both on YouTube and on Twitch and just played nothing but Silksong and just become really good at it fast and then just grinding videos out. Like every zone we go, then I do every boss, then I do tutorials for those bosses so that they come out like as we play through it on Twitch. But it's nice. It's that would have been the right thing to do from a content creation perspective. But I wasn't really that motivated for it, to be honest, and I didn't have the time for doing that and the effort to put into that. So it's one of those things where, looking back and going, oh damn, I should have. I really should have probably. Then you can do it a little bit late, and then like the solace that I take from it is that I remember when I started up my masterclass series, I talked to Catherine of Sky, and I was like, I don't know if it's too late in the development cycle of Factorio to do this. And now we can laugh at such a silly comment because it's like 6 years ago or something, and it's still it's a thing, right? So if I had stopped myself because it was too late, then that would have been pretty massive mistake. And I probably wouldn't have been a content creator at this point. So yeah, you offered it, and I'm sorry to it. So, but yeah, I'm 100% to understand difficulty. It's just like I appreciate Panthic. I do, and you've been around for a long time, so I do. You know the journey I've been on, through the ups and downs, and it's just sometimes there's something that's so easy to say and it makes so much sense, but the execution part is the difficult part. I'm like, oh, why did you just something? I go like, yeah, I've been doing this for 8-9 years, and if I could, I would, but. It's a slow moving thing to change your focus on the channel. And look at, you won't remember this, but you as plural, I still feel that Space Age Masterclass might be a bit too early. I think so too, but I mean, if I hadn't had that, I had nothing. But I also think that Space Age doesn't have as much longevity as base game Factorio has. It's just not as good. Like, Factorio base game is absolutely brilliant. Space Age is great, but it's not the same level of brilliance. And it's yeah. So I don't think it's not as iconic. It's not as accessible, and therefore, sort of, yeah. There's just going to be a smaller audience to it. So it's just a mod, not quite, but yeah. So it's fine. I think the most difficult part about changing the focus on the channel. So what I was getting at was sort of the you I was referring to is that anyone who's been around for a long time in the Factorio domain, then you can think about all the people that were creating content on YouTube when you started watching, and how many are still around. And honestly, I don't actually know. Like when I started, Arumba, Stigio, Exterminator, Colonel Will, I don't know, a few others, but you know, those are people that I haven't seen or heard from in a long time, and maybe they just moved into other domains, but I don't think so. I don't think that they are thriving as content creators. I also, like, not long ago, I thought about, hey, Clowntown used to stream a lot of Factorio, and really nice guy, but also just vanished. And that's the thing, like, if you sit long enough along the river of Twitch, you will see the corpses of your competitors float by. So longevity is definitely a skill in and of itself. And in the meantime, there's new creators that have come in and make a big splash, like Team McIntyre and I can't remember the guy that everyone talks about. So whatever, I don't keep up with this, right? Dosh Dashington, yes. Troopin has also sort of made a lot of splashes with good content around the release. I don't know if there's still something going on. I don't follow stuff on the Factorio meta because it's so disappointing to go to the Reddit, and yeah. So it's clearly like new people can come along and new stuff can happen, and so yeah, and yeah. But being the factory guy is a really nice niche to have, because that means that when new factory games come out, there will be like an audience no matter what. So, and that's nice. And then we just branch out and play other games that are either tangential or completely different, like Silksong. And now the more that we talk about it, like, the more I want to sit down tomorrow and just make some Silksong tutorials. I don't know what would be, like, maybe someone who's been watching, or someone who's been playing the game. Like, what do you think would be the most valuable thing to make, like, short tutorials on that are like, oh shit, this is difficult, but you can do this. Like, for example, I think like the escape from the abyss is something that's tricky. Yeah, and like those kind of things, like the escape from the abyss is a thing that's difficult. Then maybe some bosses that we actually handled really nicely, and like Grow the Great. There was a really neat trick, just jumping in the water, that made it quite easy, that fight, like comparatively at least. Like those kind of things. I don't want to be doing guides like, oh, top 10 tools to blah blah blah, you won't believe number 7. Like, that's not the thing that I do. It's the more straightforward, like, how do I kill this boss? Here's a video for noobs. Like, how to properly use each crest might be a tutorial. No, that's absolutely not. That's absolutely not something, because that would require me to play with all the crests for hundreds of hours, and that's not something I can do. I couldn't do I couldn't do that, because I don't have the skill. I played with one crest, and literally, and whenever another crest spawns, I just instantly change it, because I don't want to learn it. I don't want to put it into it. I have no mental capacity to learn a different crest. So I couldn't do guides on how to do other quests. I could go like, yeah, and the Hunter's quest, if you have that, you go to a bench and switch back to the Reaper quest, because that's the only one I know. So, like, video title, 5 reasons Silksong is actually a factory game. Number 2 will shock you, yeah. I mean, as an example, it might be a good tutorial. Yeah, but it's also like an unreasonable tutorial for someone like me. So it should be something that I could actually do. So I can tell what I liked about your playthrough, but I don't know how it can be transferable. Yeah, tell me what you liked, Samagot. Just that's a good start at least. What my guess is that what you liked is the progression of how shit I was in the beginning to how relatively non-shit I am now. Relatively non-shit. Yeah, I'm a little bit modest sometimes. How to get good in 100 hours. Just play the damn game. So, yeah. But I think a lot of the bosses, we actually just noob to none shit. Yeah. From noob to slightly less awful. Yeah. How to be slightly less awful at Silksong. Yes. The guide. The guide. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. But anyway, I mean, I'd love to keep exploring that, and anyone with good ideas would also just throw them at me. I love that. It's a fun thing, as long as then I can pretty easily evaluate whether it's a good idea or not. Boils down to play the game and practice. Yeah, that is a bit hard to make it happen. Yeah, absolutely. It is very interesting to think about and digest how the silk for healing versus crystals and falls. It's not interesting. It's just not interesting. Like, how can you make a YouTube video like an in-depth analysis about the usage of silk in Silksong among the blah blah? It's like, I'm already tired and I haven't even read the title. It has to be, in order for me to be able to do something there, it has to be two things. It has to be something I can produce, which means it has to be something that's pretty short and doesn't require me to do a lot of things that I haven't done already. Like, if I analyze all the different crests, that's not realistic because it would require hundreds of hours in each crest, and I can't do that for a simple YouTube video. But boss guides, that kind of thing, right? Or secrets, because we found pretty much all the secrets. I can just Google to see if there are any secrets that I missed, and then just have a guide of just going like zone by zone. This is the secrets. Like, it would be, or like how to open this door, or how do you get up here, or something like that, like I did for Elden Ring, or secrets you missed in something zone, something like that. And then, yeah, so it has to be fast, and it has to be like specific and searchable. Like, I'm only gonna have a chance by being searchable. It's just gonna be a video that's there, and then people click on it, and then they get like, oh, so this is how to get the 7 moss berries. Like, just, that's a quick thing, right? How to get the 7 moss berries and get the druid eyes upgrade. Because if you don't have all the 7, you're not gonna get it, and the 7th one is gonna surprise you. So, I like your skill level and how it can be relatable. Yes, your progression. I like how meticulous you were in checking all walls and hidden secrets, although you still missed one. I always do. And pins, you tried to track down all the loose ends. Might actually be a tutorialable. Yeah, thank you. In current streams, you have to expect some funny fails. No, funny fails, we don't do that. We don't do funny fails. First of all, I'm not funny, and second of all, my fails are absolutely not funny. It's a completely antithesis to my channel and my identity to sort of emphasize failure. It's fine to fail on the quest to success, but we don't celebrate and applaud it, because worst cases, that would be popular, and then it would be incentivizing me to play poorly, like some of the shit gamers out there who go, oh, because they live off their epic fails. No, so we don't do that. So. There was a video once, one of a previous moderator who took all of my 54 attempts on Millennia and compiled them, just like starting them at each, like then one started, and then the next one started, and the next one started, and then sort of it filled up the entire screen with my attempts on Millennia, and until it filled up the entire screen, and they all died at the same time. So basically take the clips and then sort of, okay, this was an attempt of 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so we started 2 minutes and 30 seconds before the die, and this is a 1 minute 30, then we start that. It was super fun, but it was like, no. So, yeah. I'm afraid without becoming bananas, yeah. That one, the map is a good point. How to properly read and use a map. Taught. Yeah, Bumps and Biters. Yeah, Bumps and Biters, we also did that. But that was also very much a gimmick series. Let's jump into the game. A lot of people here, so let's not keep everyone waiting with that. So, here. But I do like the, yeah. Okay, last time we started designing this ship, and then just because I had some idle time, I decided to finish it. So we are going to be sending this one. This is not the Aquilo Corvette. I think this is a really nice victory ship. Hey, GynaQ, gifting subs. Waiting for us to get into the game, and thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. You get the top of the leaderboard already. Top of the leaderboard to you. So, yeah. So again, like navigating the map point and how to use the map is, then honestly, that would be in Silk Song. That would be like, sure, it might be useful, but it's not something you search. It's not something you know you want to find. Like it would be much more applicable to say how to find all chakra in every zone. That would be something if you were like how to get all the map fragments, because then they might be like, I'm missing the one in Terminus. I got like, oh, it's right there. Or I'm missing the one in Slab. Oh, it's right there. You go like, okay, so you make one video where you go like, oh, in this zone you go next. In this zone you go this. In this zone you go here. In this zone you go here. In this zone it's a heat secret door that's here, and then if you're sort of stuck, and you go like, oh, okay. How to find the map in every zone. There we go. There's a video. Like, it has to be something that's crisply and searchable, and yeah. Simple Cecil, welcome to the leaderboard. Thank you for the 200 bits. And Flex K, thank you for the 5 months of Prime. So, yeah. So that's the kind of thing that I think would be easily tutorialable. Cool. Or top 3 hidden bosses or something. I just have to find them though. Cool. Would be the location of every tool and how to get them. Yeah. I'd like to make something a little bit more niche because every tool there are 60 of them, so that's a little bit much. Or how to complete the Mount Faye if you're not a good gamer. Hey, CFNR, thank you for the 55 months. Much appreciated. Like, something like that. Completing the Mount Faye jump if you're not very good player. There we go. So, anyway, let's walk through the design of the ship because I think it actually works. We need to also test it, but I like it. What I don't know about it is, like, can it kill fast enough? But it has on a diagonal here, and then 4 heading forward and 1 to the side. And they're all normal quality. The only thing that's not normal quality is the uncommon quality collectors. And that's just because we've been assuming that from the beginning, so I can assume that at this point as well. Then just normal gun turrets, we have a lot of those. And we have a significant amount of rocket turrets up front, and then interspersed along the sides. We do not have any railguns on the side because my experience is you don't need it. They just don't come in from the side unless you're sort of idling out there, and we're not intending to. The one thing that I'm not sure about on this one is that I have 4 half belts. One is of course for asteroids, one is for rocket turrets, that's this one, or rockets, and the other one is for railguns and ammo. I think maybe I could have a combined half side belt, but I don't know if I could combine railguns, ammo, and rockets on one belt with just capping the number of each and then it would just blow up. Because if it could do that, then I only needed one belt to float around. And I guess since this one's pushing out, hey, Samagot, thank you for the 200 bits. Okay, so we can actually get a little train going. Yep. So if you are sitting on a sub, if you want to subscribe to the channel, now is a really good time. It helps a lot, and it keeps us in business around here. Hey, Davis, thank you for the 20 gifterinos. Very much appreciated. Now, you're welcome to the leaderboard. You are 20 subs. Why does it only say 10 on the leaderboard? Weird. 20 subs. Welcome to the top of the leaderboard. And Link Snowguard, thank you for the 8 months. Angeron, thank you for the 61 months. Sweet. Okay, where am I looking? I'm looking at the content of this belt. There must be somewhere we measure this belt. Oh yeah, here. We have 2,000. No, we have 3.2. That was another 10. Thank you so much. Wow. That is, I don't know, what's that? Almost level 3 now. It is updated. Yes, now it says 29 subs. That's so weird. On my end, at least 20. But 29 makes no sense when you give the 20 and then 10. So weird. Yeah, 29 makes no sense. Maybe it's Twitch being Twitch. One of the people you gifted a sub to didn't get it or something. It's weird. But hey, it certainly worked. And we're at 93%. So let's let it sit here and hover. So let me think about it. Like, if we instead... And Gynacube, thank you for the 2,250 bits. Oh, not too... Need to update again. I mean, let's update it again here. Yeah, okay. Now I updated the. So I'm kind of thinking we could maybe make do with one belt, because if this is this is 3.2. Whoa. DevTools? That's not what I want. There we go. 3200 divided by 4 because it's stacked 4i. That's 800. And thank you, Gynacube, for 20 gift subs. Sweet. Thank you so much. And everyone who got a gift sub, be sure to thank the people who gifted a sub for you, if you want to, if you're here, if you even exist. And Samagot also with 11 beautiful subs. Thank you so much. You guys are so generous here on this first day of the month. We should have first day of the month every month. Every day. Every month. Yes, we do have it every month. Thank you. So let's say that's 800. 800 items placed next to each other. So that could be 400 allocated to guns. And then 200 for... And then it'll just be multiplied. Yeah. I think I want to just redesign the ship. Let's redesign the ship because it's fun to redesign. Ooh, okay. Which means... This would mean the whole ship can be one slimmer, which just messes up everything. Oh my god, this is going to be horrible. I think I need to keep this ship. Let's do another ship. Right? Here. That is, what is it called? It's called Victory Ship. Victory Ship. One lane. Good. And then we copy this. And we paste it here. And hey Banjo, good to see you. Why do you want to redesign it? Because this one has 2 belts, and I'm thinking like, if I could make do with just 1 belt, it would be nicer. There might be other things that I don't really think about. Like, where exactly are we going to... Like, maybe I don't want to redesign it. Because it loses the advantage of being able to keep this one. Yeah, you know what? And maybe not. Maybe this is a no. Well, Edge of the Solar System. Yes, this is for just, hey, I completed a Quillo. Awesome. How can I win the game now? Yes. So it's a victory ship. It's just getting there, winning the game, being happy. Woohoo! So. And therefore we designed it without using quality parts, because you should be able to get there without quality parts. And it might be overdone, but who cares if I use a little bit too many gun turrets? That doesn't really matter. So this is for the people who just want to end the game, yeah, or just want to sort of get to the victory screen and then go like, yay, I got it, now I can continue. And then it'll be like, that's the first phase of the game, that's up to the first, up to winning the game. And the second phase, the second phase is quality and scaling. And then the third phase is mega basing. And mega basing is handled by my mega basers, and the second phase will be then what we get into. Did you decide how you're gonna do legendary stuff? No, I haven't. And Prinkle, thank you for the 5 months. Alright, so we are 4% of the way on our towards a level 5 train. Oh, Gynacube is making us push. Thank you for 20 glorious gift subs. Much appreciated. That gets us about 50% through this level. And of course, if we get to 100%, then we add an extra hour to the end of the stream. And Davis gets us very close with another 20 gift subs. Sweet, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Alright, so let's let it sit here at something percent here. 93%. It's a good place to be for the last 1 minute. So 1 minute left. And yeah, let me walk through this ship as we see the hype train sort of either complete or not. DDKS, thank you for the 41 months. And we need 3 subs to complete the level. Alright, so let's see if we can get some people who are actually subscribing and not gift subbing for the last 3 subs. So if you're sitting on a Prime, now is really the time if you want to do it here, or if you are renewing your sub, then or you can. Pancakes, thank you for the 43 months. Proliferate. Thank you so much. And Gynacube, ruining it all with the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much, Gynacube, for ruining it all. See if we could lure out a few normal subs.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
Looks like people here were waiting for finally have a Factorio stream. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's Gynacube, Devis, and so has been carrying this, right? And Samagod, you've been helping as well. But you know, it's not 50 people subscribing. It's 2 people going crazy. So there's 2 people who've been waiting for it. It's been a while to go bananas. Yeah. We Gynacube, your name is for me a little bit synonymous with Dyson Sphere Program. I mean, several times you've gotten like the first planet or first solar system. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. Anyway, again, explaining the ship. The series for Files Frontier. Yes, I am. I explained earlier, but that was before you got here, dear President, is that I tried to record episode number 3 a couple of times, but I had to give up because the map I was on, I realized that it didn't have any coal, it didn't have any stone, and it had 1 iron deposit of 500 and 1 gold deposit that was under a bandit camp. I was like, I can't play this map. So even if I could play this map, it would be not the way that the game is supposed to be played. So I spent some time on Friday to replay the map, replay the whole thing and try to build the same base on a different map. So that I'm now ready to, then I've been in a workshop all weekend, and then I'm ready to tomorrow to record an episode 3, but on a slightly different map, but one that has the things. So I'm going to continue it for next week. That's the plan. Unless, of course, I got so distracted by this lovely idea about Silk Song that I might just jump into that. Who knows? Right. Let me try for the 7th time. We got the railguns up front. They have to be here, and they have to only focus on the huge ones. Then we got our array of rockets. They're here. Let's actually send it out and just kind of hope that it works. Oh, no. We don't have this one. Huh. Luckily, we can just do... There we go. There. Alright, so while we fly, we can do this. So then we have a pretty compact and very efficient fusion power plant. Makes 200? 400? Something? I don't know. 400 megawatt of power. This is our measuring for everything. And a little bit of storage because we really don't need storage. for the 8th time, but I don't actually have anything good question to ask. Good. Then down here below we have all the production, so let's walk through this. This is stuff we had on the previous, on the Corvette, and we just kind of flipped it. No, we had it on, I don't know, on another ship. And I just copied it and turned around and sort of squeezed it in here. So it goes in here, and then it produces a decent amount of everything. I like these designs. Like here we have the only issue I kind of feel is that this wasn't working as well, but now it is. How much are we producing? We're producing 4.8, but this one is using 4.6, and I also need something to go over here. This is only 0.6. Okay, so it's almost running. It's not running 100% of the time because these are not fast enough. And they have to have like dedicated builds here. 60 seconds left on the hype train. So get your last snipe in if you are up for it, or the 59 subs just to complete the level 6. But we already have unlocked an extra hour today. Good thing I got home a little bit earlier. You get molten stuff. You get molten stuff from lava. Yeah. Or not from lava. From that's the other thing. From copper ore plus calcite. Then you get the molten copper. So, yeah, that's a thing that a lot of people sort of seem to have missed, that you can also do it this way. There's also how you do it on oh, you landed on Volcanus, the first new planet. Ah, right, okay. But it's also how you work on Clever. And then down here we have the water supply. The water supply is a little bit lacking. There we go, the hype train. Thank you very much. Gynacube with 250 bits and Gynacube with 55 subs. Wow, opening or winning the hype train, both one and the other. Just owning the entire train. And this is self-balancing. So you can see this one is always there. But this one here is, if this produces some ice cubes, then they go out on the outside here, and they will be picked up first as this belt moves. So it's a really nice way to do self-balancing here between these two without doing any circuits or anything. And I love it. Someone else before the bits? Yeah. But guess no one did. And now this is working because they're busy, and they're only producing 0.4 per second, so it's going to take a while to fill up the entire belt. This thing here is producing 1.5 per second when the whole thing is going, so which should also be enough. And now we're okay. So now the next question is, we're flying at 200 kilometers, and the question is, can we kill things fast enough? And we might just lose the ship, and so be it. But at least we copied it. Hey, 245 streams. Nice. That's so amazing. Crazy how that works. Hot guy. So we're flying 200 kilometers per second. Is a pretty good speed. If we look at it here, this is throttled by this one, where it says it's active 30% of the time. And these are now sort of throttled, and then they're also very efficient, and that means everything here can easily keep up. But I don't want to be flying faster than this, because you can see they are getting a little close. So we could fly faster, but I don't think we want to fly faster. This might actually be a little intense at times. I think once we get the big ones in, the huge ones, we're actually going to see it works a little better, I think. We haven't seen a single huge one yet. Because then we start seeing railguns, which will also carve through a lot of the other stuff. But they're not actually starving. The interesting thing is this one. We should see 624. So see if that goes up or down. Hello, Torman. Good to see you. Oh, by the way, thank you for your tier 2 subscription some time ago, which you donated at the end of a stream, and I forgot to say thank you. So now I say thank you for that tier 2 at the end of the stream. How far is it? 100k to the edge, yes. Should explosive attack also be a factor in building this? Yes. That's definitely a good point. Why does it not stop when I'm in here? It usually does. That's weird. Shouldn't it? Why are you not stopping? Weird. Okay. Where's the explosive tech? Flying flammables. Here, explosive. 12 or 11. So I had 16,000 spent on this. Like this one will also destroy something else, I think. They're getting a little close, aren't they? Well, they don't have a lot of range, that's why. They're still flying at 205. Oh, no, I can understand many things at once, making mistakes, but remembering at a minute. I try. I don't want you to feel that I take it for granted, or that you are not important. You very much are. The improvement for setting off. Yeah, I do have it in my buffer. So it kind of feel like it quieted off a little bit. Let's see how we're doing on levels here. Ooh, this is not good. It's actually dipping quite a lot. 172. Ooh. Let's look at production stats here for the last minute. That one. And that one. We're using 300 per minute and we're producing 75 per minute. That's not great. I saw a blinking thing here. Yeah, this is probably not going to make it. It's because we're probably flying too fast. I wonder what it would happen if I also included the medium ones here. Then these shoot a lot more. Let's try that. I think I like this generally. Oh, I also love the sound of it though. Oh, look at the dip here. After we made the change. It's just barely consuming any. This is way better. But then also let's look at ammo. See, that's the blue one. Okay, so the ammo also increased now. Weirdly enough that it does. Oh, railgun, none of it is keeping up. It's also getting a little bit dense, so I think it's valuable to try to knock some of this out. Now, yeah, these are now running out. That's not great. Maybe we should slow down a little bit. This one should now be like 10. So let's see how much we slow down here. If that's even enough to keep us alive. Probably isn't. But now the railgun will get eaten up pretty fast. Work! As long as these two are working, then that's all we can hope for. This is not... What if I did something like this? Then these would be faster. Yeah. We'd also speed this one up, which I don't really like, but... Would it keep up? Yeah, it still keeps up. Okay. So these ones are now starting to get... And now we're down to slower speed. Otherwise, speed modules on those assemblers. Yeah, I have plenty of power. Like, let's have a look at power right now. Like, we're using 130 out of that, so we can definitely just chunk some speed modules. But speed modules in these don't matter because they're actually staffed here, so this is the ones that have to go faster. And that means I would have to switch. This is now 2.33, and it consumes 0.67 coal. And this, okay, so we have plenty of space here. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4, that would be way faster. And that would also be way too fast. There, so that's like 129 per second, and this is producing 125, or 1.25, and this one's producing... Oh, this doesn't work. Because if you look at this, this is 1.25 sulfur plus 1.29 sulfur, so it's 2.5 sulfur, which I don't have, and this one is only producing 1.5 sulfur, so it can't really go any better than, like, this is even pushing it 0. Yeah, this is actually the maximum we can do with this build here. So then it would have to be, this is using 0.44, then it would have to be this one I would have to improve. Now these are 1.5, this is 1.9, so 0.6, yeah. Now I could probably do something like this. Like that, maybe. You hear the crushing some more? Yeah. But now the question is, can they even keep up? Oh, shoot, we are almost here. Yeah, so definitely we're flying too fast. Actually, I want to turn around. Okay, so we can't fly at 200, which is something it bothers me a little bit. And then I think I should also sort of, the launch condition here should be green, of course. And these ones really don't need to be here at all. They just kind of... but the launch conditions should then be what? All requests satisfied, like that one. And... Hey, the Sun Toad, thank you for the 9 months. Another Sunday, another Factorio day. Thank you. Could you give the ship a slightly bigger tail end to up the production of ammo? Yeah, but it wouldn't be slightly bigger. It would be like twice as big, because all of this is very meticulously designed to be pretty much at ratio. And so adding something a little bit more would be a lot more than I'd have to add. So... like, having this squeezed in here is just, like, it's not like I can add 5 more tiles and get anything out of it. I'd have to add enough to get this more module. It's pretty much because this is balanced towards what I'm consuming, and yeah, so. So I want to bring it back, and then I want to make sure that the conditions here, the conditions, what I want is 2,000, 1,000, 1,000. Yes, that seems good. And I also definitely can do 200 of these. And these ones can then also be fixed to 200. Unfortunately, I have to do that 2 places. Yeah, 200 of each is a good number. So this indicator comes out here and then illustrates which of the chunks I want to set. That's what goes out here to set these pickups. But now it's nothing because there's enough of everything. Is there 200 of each? Yes. There, and there. Good. And then it's a matter of building up reserves for all the other things here. Railguns. So it needs to have at least 1,000 railgun shots. The reason why I'm flying back is because I want to make sure that we set up the ship so that it reaches the green conditions. Once it reaches green conditions, we send it off, and then we should see it survive. Quartz being used, but man, is rare quartz very nice. Oh, it absolutely is. Everbane, I would like to ask a question if possible. You can ask a question. Why would one use a storage chest for assembler output over passive provider? Because whatever you're creating, if you recycle that, it goes back into the same chest. So let's say roboports. You have a production of roboports and you put it into a yellow chest instead of a red chest. Then as you delete some roboports from the map, they will go back into the same chest, which isn't really a big deal. But there's also a little bit about priority, but it's a big deal when you talk about a starter base with red belts, with yellow belts, for example. So you have, if you're producing an assembler that produces yellow belts into a a passive provider that then picks it up and puts it in and upgrades them to red belts. Then as you upgrade your yellow belts to red belts, all your robots will bring your yellow belts not to that box, but to somewhere else, into a random storage box, which means they don't get upcycled. And that's the main part of it. So it's mainly for stuff that can be upgraded, that it needs to come back. For me, it's also just about a matter of neatness. Instead of having a storage location that just has a little bit of everything, then you go like, well, I'm not going to have several storage boxes for roboports. They all should go in the same one. So keep all the roboports in the same box. And that's why. It's a little bit more setup in terms of sort of setting the filter, but I like it that way. So it's basically supposed to be fire and forget thing once it's docked. Yes, I think that's the part. Like, hey, if you want a victory ship, if you want to complete the game, set this one up, set it to automatic. It will not leave but until it's ready. Once it leaves, it's going to be fine. I actually think it should be from this location as well. Not unload, and this one should probably actually come in from here, because that is where you build it. I'd also think that you build it on Novice, but then you bring it without the railguns, then you fly it to Aquilo to pick up the railguns, install them, and fly all the way out. I use buffer chest. Use buffer. But you don't have buffer chests until you get off of Novice, but I have logistics chests immediately, so yet another reason why buffer chests are awful. And one desperate engineer. I don't know if the desperate engineer needs to be here. Let's have a look at how much is it stocking up? Yeah, it's not stocking up on railgun ammo, because it's using it way too aggressively, but it is stocking up on explosive ammo. And this one is not stocking up. Yeah. Let me see. Is this expensive, this one? I think it's not so much that it's expensive, it's more like it takes forever to build. The total is 5.4 and this one is now 8 point something. So these could actually be upgraded if I wanted to. That did not make any difference. Okay, so that's not really making a lot of difference here. Is there a way that this could be moved one up? Yeah, okay, but if it moves one up, then... No, this could this be moved one up? Let me just... Really? Something is not working. Oh, this one. Ah, that works. I just have to figure out this one here. Does it work? Are they not coming out? Okay, so it is coming out. Hey, that actually improved it significantly. When you have a minute, could you very kindly show me how you control production on the planets? The thing with the radar and the combinator. I think I know how it works, but I have a signal issue on Novice that I just can't debug, so refresh might be good. Dang it. I'd be happy to get distracted with that, Conrad. Let's see. Let's do Volcanus. Let's do Aquilo, because Aquilo is the simplest, but they all work the same way. So I have a box here that says, this is also a summary for everyone else. I have a summary here that says what I want to craft on this planet. And that goes on a, in this case, on a red wire from this one into a radar. That's one thing. And it also goes into another here, which will be a take the red, what I want, minus the green, what I have. The green is reading the logistics network from the roboport, and that means the output signal is positive if I want something. So stuff I want that I don't have is positive. And all the negative is just fuck it. And that signal goes out red here to all of these. And this one, for example, will say enable when it is greater than 0. That means I still have something I want, but I don't have. And that's the one that's close by, but the one that's further away, if we then take another... okay, so that's better on Volcanus, I guess, or somewhere else. Where I... No, let's do Novice here. Because I do the initial setup right here. This one has all the stuff I want to make on Novice. And that is going on a red wire into... That's crazy. Why is it not going in here? This doesn't make any sense. Why is the red wire not going in here? That's a bug. There should definitely be a red wire from here to here. Yeah. Because now it outputs all the things I want more of. And then it actually gets started. Top record make a max output. Thank you. You might have just found my bug. Well, yeah, that's how good I am. I have created the bug in your game and imported into mine just to for the illustrative purposes. Yeah. So the idea is that you basically, yeah. This one's also confusing. I think there's an argument about getting it from the radar out instead for all locations. But then the idea here is that I take it out of the out of the radar, and again I put it out here, which it makes no sense. Out here and into this one, where I then get the red wire has what I want, and then I get from the robot what I need, and then it goes out. I could also store on the robot, on the radar, the summary, what is remaining, but I just didn't like that. I don't know. That would have maybe have been better. So now I'm sort of doing the calculations 2 times. But yeah, that is what it is. And then it goes out, and then each of these are here. No, the ones that are actually dictated here. These are only working when there's need more than I have. And let's go back to our victory ship. That is the top one did not have an output. You did not have an output. Oh, that's true. Oh. Uranium shells. And then we can go up here. It says I have enough explosive rockets. I don't have enough of this. I'm still missing 1.5? Really? Oh, because we've just been burning through these like crazy. Just like, wait, wow, you found that bug quickly. Me, not out loud. Well, I made it. Yes. I am him. Is that it's doubling the input of what you have, because I was picking up both the radar and the... Ah, right, okay. Start, I believe I found an infected in my run. Oh, good, thank you. I had an issue with every item being counted twice when using the radar setup, and I couldn't figure out why, so I just set up a duplicate content counter with the same group. Oh no. Oh no, that sounds like such a oh well, it works. Ship it and compile it and ship it. Why do you divide by 2 here? Well, because otherwise the result would be twice as high. Like, yeah, I obviously, but why? Yeah. So now I don't think these actually deserve to have speed modules. But they can, because they're still not using too many explosives. They use a little bit too much of everything else, but maybe that's... No, steel and copper wire are not really critical. So this one will... This is an improvement, sure. This can't be improved, unfortunately. And it is actually the most problematic one. Oh, right, whoa. Oh, right, it's lacking here. You are not fast enough. Yeah, this is only producing 9 per second, and if I'm looking at this one, you need 12.5, plus there's also something over here. 3, so it's... Yeah, it's way more. That's... Oh, ugly. That produces 11, so it's not really getting us there. Maybe we just do this. This produces enough, and now it uses 112 per second, and this one is producing 225. So it's not a big deal. Like, we can afford to do this, because running out of ammo because we wanted to save on speed modules for iron production is not good idea. This is net positive here, so if I use 12.5, then I will have enough. We should see this one. Yeah, it's stacking up now, so that's good. And these are now constantly producing. I don't think I can put one more in here, then it would be too much. Yeah, now there's a negative. Funny that this would be perfect ratio. Yeah, perfect ratio. I guess we do that. One of them is 3, one of them is 2, then it's perfect ratio. Why not? Both radar and rover network. Yeah, probably. Okay, so where are we? We're actually almost back home, and then once we're sort of sitting there, the only thing that's there is explosive rockets. This one is lacking. This one is lacking. Hey, UAV guy, thank you for the 77 months of tier 2. It's been a while. It has absolutely resident lurker. Thank you for your monthly check-in. Very much appreciated that you've been checking in, lurking with tier 2s for quite a while. Also been active, but thank you very much for maintaining your subscription. It keeps the light on around here. 234. Why is it not increasing? Like, these are all chugging. It's probably because here it's just sitting there waiting until it gets like a batch. And this one's also sitting there waiting. Couldn't this be override stack size down to 4? Oops, 4. Because it'll still be... Then it'll go faster. So now it's stopped the novice, and we'll probably see that it consumes and is unable to get enough resources in because there's so little resources here on novice. So this will be like, yeah, just send it back and forth between these two. Like that. Alright, so we go to Volcanus and then come back to novice and stay. No unload, no nothing there. It's just better to have it moving. As long as we can keep up the production against what we need to shoot down here. Quite possibly the issue. Okay, so let's not only just check it, but actually fix it. Wow, fixing things. It's new and interesting perspective. So, that's way back when. Oh yeah, this is... I think I know why, because if we... Logistics up. That one. This one. This one is set up correctly. But if I take the first one and upgrade to the second one, then I also have a green one that goes... Where did the green one go? Didn't it go like this? And if that's the case, then it counts both. The green wire here counts all the stuff in the boxes because they were non-logistics boxes. And then this has to be disconnected while upgrading. And then I don't know how to do that. Duplicate of the combinator if I effective doubling is over. Oh, nice. So this one is correct. And oh, test only. Sushi up. Ha, that's the test only. Yeah. So this one's actually working. Cool. So it's the blueprint is not not working, but it's not working. I mean, it's working. No, it's not working. It's not the same. No. But it does require you to disconnect that green wire, and I don't know how to do that in a blueprint or making it so that it's not there. Put message in blueprint? Yeah, that's a... But who reads that? That's like writing documentation, isn't it? Not a warning. Action. So, that makes no sense. It's now updated. Yeah, no dirty words like documentation. And yeah, pepcock. I don't know. I wouldn't say that. I think it's. I think this is one of those where if I was a developer, I would say like it's not a bug. It's working as intended. But if I was a product manager, I would say, well, it's pretty fucking stupid, and I can understand the users get confused, and they're gonna keep reporting it as a bug unless we make something that's more user friendly. And then the developer says, but it takes forever to fix. And the product manager says, just write an SOP, just write in the documentation, and then ship the damn thing. This is what we did, because I'm a product manager. Just write a standard operating procedure that is sort of throw at people and go, didn't you read the standard operating procedure that you have to remove the green wire when using this blueprint? Psh, come on. Okay, so this one is now positive, and this one is just 300 away. And send it to no reply, yes. To connect the signal via a power connector, I use this thing, and then the upgraded version provides a turned off version. I don't know if green wires disconnect in... can they even be used to power connectors in that way? I don't think it works. But it's interesting. I'd like to try it when this one ships off. When this one... Oh, these are not actually here. How is that not the case? This makes no sense. Oh, right. This one should also be a little bit higher. 20 and 20. But shouldn't this, like... Every time it switches on like 20% of the time. Then we should get like a little boost in here. Yeah, like 3. Okay. So this takes a little bit of time for this one to fill up. But we do have enough. Yeah, I don't think the power switch works like that, but when all of these are true, this one's almost true, and these ones, they'll get there soon enough. Might actually get there faster than these last ones. So now it'll go to Aquilo, and then it'll be stuck at Aquilo until this one again reaches green on all 5 parameters, and then it'll launch again. Now we set it up to 150 or 200%. I think 20% here. I think that's gonna give us 160 speed, I think, and now it starts. Obviously it's flying way too fast because it's burning through the reserve here. In the meantime, I want to test that stuff about power switches, because I don't think that's how power switches work. But since I've never used them, then I don't honestly know. Like, obviously this is how you're supposed to use a power switch. But does this work? No, it doesn't cut off the green. It can use the green one to turn this on and off, but it can't cut off the green signal, as I expected. victory ship, and this victory ship, I will pin it. There you go. So now we have the victory ship here. And remove the always visible. There we go. It was worth a try. Yeah, absolutely. Some of the things that you... Oh, it's already flying. Okay, it's flying now out to Aquilo. And let's have a look at... Oh, let's see. This one stack size should be 12 or 6. Like the ones that grab from another one should only be half. Because otherwise they empty the original. And then we get these warnings that I don't want to see. Which again means like these things here. Oh, they are already scaled down. And this one's probably scaled down also. Yeah. Can you run it through a sacrificial pole and replace with a light? No, because then when you stamp down the blueprint, then you're gonna get an error because there's something in the way, and then I'll get complaints about why is it not working. Oh, it starts shooting here, so it starts wasting the railgun shots. Okay, let's have a look at this one. Oh no, this is actually better. So these are definitely not there. But these are actually... I don't know if I actually want this because I am going to be burning through it faster. So maybe just 5,000 so that we have enough to get started. It doesn't have to be like a lot. Good. And also this one isn't a thing anymore. Because these are always empty, and then once it reaches... Okay, so it's actually keeping up pretty well. It's not... These numbers don't seem to be decreasing. The fact that it's a negative number that gets better. If it's a positive number, that's how much we're missing. So if the negative number is increasing, that means we are having 300 more than we need. And it seems to hover pretty well around the 300 mark. And it's not because of... No, it's just balancing. Ursulag, thank you for the 54 months. Thank you so much and welcome.
Welcome home.
But we're using more railgun shots now, comparatively, because railguns will shoot before the rocket turrets, and that means this one just keeps increasing, while here it's minus 200. Let's see if this goes up and down. 206, so it is actually increasing right now. Yeah. Okay, so we're building up stock until we get to Aquilo. So when we get to Aquilo, we're just gonna wait until the... Looks like... Oh, by the way, how fast are we? 180 is a pretty good speed. So now we're stopped at Aquilo, and then we wait until this fills up, which it should be soon. First, all of these are gonna be filling up, and then this one with the 20% burst here. I was about to suggest this. Okay. This is still pretty low, but it gets like 300 for each burst, so it goes like 300, no, 200, 300, 300. Okay, so that will go soon here. We should keep an eye on these numbers and see how fast they go down. Once this one reaches 0, then it'll leave. If everything is fully automated. And then we haven't touched the ship since, there we go, since it's leaving Navis. And then now we're off. While we're getting this, if this one makes it, the victory ship makes it all the way to the end, then we should answer the question of what is the next thing we should do. Oh, that's clever. Okay, don't care. What is the next project after the victory ship is done? What do we logically think? I'm thinking maybe preparing for transition to legendary quality. I think we need to scale up some things before we can get to legendary quality. I would like to explore quality upcycler on Fulgora, because I think that's something that is a little bit of a missed opportunity that might... Does it need to go... get all the way to the end or back to. Technically, it needs to go back to, but... eh. Last stream. Quality up. Oh, thank you, Derp Turp. Quality optimization for Gora. Small Prometheum ship. Victory ship. Scale up quality items. SPM goals. Buy the farm. Yes, that's some good. Thank you for remembering that. I actually think now we're doing the Victory ship, but I think a small Prometheum ship might actually be the most valuable because you get so much value from the first Prometheum you bring home that if it's way more valuable than anything else we can do. And also, when playing the game, you win the game, and then you go like, ooh, I want some of that Prometheum because that is juicy. 10% extra science capacity, that is massive. Or science productivity. Okay, let's have a look. We are 22, so about a quarter of the way out here. We're still at negative numbers, so we're still keeping up with supply. This one was a 200 something. This one was a 440. So we are not using the piercing rounds fast enough. We are just barely using the railgun rounds faster than we can. Really, I don't know about the rockets. Oh, the rockets are just full. So it's not completely full. Yeah, it is actually. Look at that. It's idling here, just waiting to be put in. So there's 12 in this underground belt. That was 16. Series of casino ships designs that bring a manufacturing hub with them. The ship manufactures common items used on every planet, getting special materials from planets as needed. I don't think it sounds really cool, but I don't think it is. I think it's mixing up too many things. I don't think it's valuable to do both a casino ship and a hub ship in one thing, because both things take a lot of space, and a hub is going to be mostly idle, and now you're carrying around a hub that's going to be mostly idle on all of your casino ships for no reason. Plus the casino ships won't be able to produce a lot of the items, so you're going to bring those in anyway. Yeah, so I like the idea it's a bit of a gimmick idea, but I don't think it's an efficient or effective solution. So this is now where our railguns start being more useful, because the railguns pierce through, and you can see they already cut through some things as they, like this one for example. There you go. It'll also cut through some more things. So railguns be more effective. And now we're still at a positive number. We're still green on railgun ammo, even at this rate. And we're flying at 160. Until we get over halfway, then we fly at 180. I'm still trying to get large quantity of rare modules. Yeah, I understand. That is something I think we can upcycle on Fulgora to solve. I think that's the best place to fix that, or make a dedicated blue circuit upcycler on Volcanus. That's probably also the most valuable thing to do. Probably also the most valuable. Other than, thank you for the 80 months. Super amazing. Thank you so much for 80 months of loyal support, both here and on Patreon. So thank you. Helps with the rare barbell. What is the barbell? Oh, right, that one. Okay, barbell. Oh, we kind of forgot our break. Oops. Okay, I think this ship might be successful. Yeah. We're still very much in the positive. If we look at the actual number, then we still have 1,000 on storage, and we basically just burned through 100. It helps, but it doesn't solve. I think we need more sort of raw quality, or raw ore. I think it's mainly red circuits that is going to be the issue. And as I think that red circuits are best made. Will you make another DSP run in the near future? Nope. not unless I mean I'm gonna make a next DSP run when there is something new content for Dyson Sphere program, and new content is not a high multi-threading upgrade. So when the Dark Fog Phase 2 comes out, then I'm gonna be all over Dyson Sphere, and I'm gonna be covering for several months. But until then, it doesn't make sense. How do you get rare spoils? Can you put quality modules into farming towers and get rare mash? Nope, you cannot get anything like that. You just upcycle you just upcycle or recycle spoilage, and then you get it. It's pretty easy to get because you have so much spoilage. I think also rare quality nutrients spoil into, or quality nutrients spoil into quality spoilage. But that's, I wouldn't do it that way. Oh, this is interesting. It doesn't get plus 20% speed on the way to the system's edge because the system's edge doesn't have any gravity. That's an interesting little caveat here. Huh. Fun. Alright, let's monitor again. This is a little bit of a drag to just sit here. Okay, so now this one has used 80 out of our storage. And now this one is just at net zero, which means that we still have 2,000 on the belt. But it just means that we are consuming more now than we're producing. A set of lamps, yeah, I usually would like that, but I don't really have a lot of space for it. Then I could kind of have here or here maybe. But since we have 3 ammos, then it just kind of feels wrong if I can't illustrate all 3 of them. I could maybe do here. And then some lamps. It's not really enough if I only have 4 lamps. I think I need at least 5 to make sense. But then I can't use this space. There's the argument that, do I really need this? And maybe it's more valuable to track this. I don't agree. There's not really any place that has good spacing for it. Oh, we made it. I think we'll continue. Finish. Doot. Oh, we don't do that. Yeah, E-Slide at 25%. Suppose we can do that. It's, but I don't know what 25% is. Then I'd have to... I'd have to actually compare it to this one, which is then... This one is only tracking... Yeah. So I'd actually have to get the red output from this one in here to understand if I have a positive number or not. But if we go by this one and go 211, okay? So this is naval when A, is greater than or equal to 500. And these have to be
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
and Shagon Games and Music. Thank you for the 5 months. Set the color up first. At least the last one I can copy. Oh, use kept the name Solar Systems Edge if the star is clearly not our soul. Because it's a it's a solar system. I don't think the term star system is a consistent term. But a solar system still is all the planets around a star. The solar system is our solar system, but a solar system is the planets around the star. And I know it refers to sol, but solar and sol, not necessarily the same. Planetary system? I don't know. Is that a... Is that the... is that a clear and unambiguous term? Oh, where's the note? Now it's going back. Okay. Because it's just heading to, well, technically not Volcanus, but then go back to Novice. Cool. The Sol system is our solar system. Yeah, I think so too. Like, the Sol system is the name of our solar system. And another solar system around the Trisolaris of our Trisolaris, for example, Alpha Centauri. Cool. This one I'm happy with. So, let's save it and ship it. And that goes under the one that's called spaceships. Spaceships! Oh, that's already here. Boop. Victory ship. Good. So now the two things that we want to do is make a soft fiber. Thank you for the 26 months. I think we need to take a break at this point. And then either do more spaceships designed to do a simple Prometheum ship, or to go to Fulgora to do some quality upcycling, or Volcanus to do quality upcycling for blue circuits. Let's have a look at the quality here for blue circuits. That one. That's 50%. It's one of these things that it is... It's really good when everything is maxed out, but until everything is maxed out, it's actually not that great. Because like this, and we have bonus productivity. This one gives us 10% productivity for each. Plus we have the innate 50%, plus we have the 50% from research. So this is 150%. So how would we go from here and get another 150%? That's a little bit unrealistic, right? Isn't it? And if this is not at 300%, then it's just not that great. If we do this, then we're at 180%. And that would still mean that we need 12 more levels of this. 1, 2. Like, it gets up there. Like, at this point, it's now plus 200%. And it has to be 300%. Or at least it has to get close to that. An update to space science platform is also due. Yeah, but you can just put 2 of them, or 3 of them, 4 of them, or whatever. I think we have, actually. Don't we have a better one? It's not like the... Oh, this is really shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's a little bit more shit than it needed to be. Funny how we just have power included as well. Sometimes power is included, sometimes it's not. 1.5. 2.5. It's pretty simple to get this higher up. But you're right, Conrad. It's just not a very interesting thing. The victory ship. Okay. Yeah, so Samagot, on the vote, I don't think it's a good idea to do a vote. I think I'd much rather have good arguments why one is more important than the other one. Yeah, power is a setting you can pick. I'm aware of that, but why does it then, when I've never touched that setting, sometimes work and sometimes doesn't work? Like, sometimes it's included, sometimes it's not included. Here it's not included, but the other one was included. So I don't know. Because it was solar panels. But when I extract over something else with solar panels, now it's included. I have no idea. It's solar panels, yes. So it looks like it's just solar panels that get it. But this thing, I can't get it to tell me how much power it uses. Argument. Factorio recycling is fun, yes. And quality upcycling of blue circuits is also fun. I think so. That's the thing, right? That's another one. Like, honestly, we don't need to have 300%. It's just when we get 300%, we have a lossless build, which is nice. So, sort of on average. But until then, it just means that we have to feed it something, which is fine, and we still need to feed it, even if it's... yeah. So I think Fulgora is a fun challenge, because it's there basically to produce quality items. And we need to figure out what are the items we want to store. So I think that's a good argument. This is the best argument. It's fun. And we have the victory ship, so cool. I'm going to take a break, and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. Let me just save the game here. 3. No, that's actually not it. .1. We'll do the dots for the Twitch saves. Then I can keep track of it. Be back in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back. So, Bulgara it is, I think. Unless other compelling arguments. I'm at the rig. Early Prometheum is useful and can accumulate science while you sign other things. That's also a very good argument. And I think that if we go by importance, Prometheum is more important. That's the most logical. Unfortunate biter farm. Yeah, the biter farm is just not that important. Like, we don't really need a lot of biters. It's just convenient to have them inside our base, but you don't really need them. Yeah, I mean, you sure do have a good argument. I don't know what I see. No tips. No tips. That's story of my life. Let me look at the old one here. And look at Victory Ship was just this one. This is the one we actually use. And then the Heavy Prometheum, which is a really light one, to be honest. And there's the Shadow Planet ship. So, to health rations to replace fish. Yeah. Don't want to think I want to eat the biters though. Cursed belt storage. Let's think about what. Like, let's look at this one, even though it's small on your screen and all, but the good things and the bad things about this one. Let's actually just use this template. Small pro me the ship. I honestly think that's the most useful thing. And then it should also have there. That has the icon. Good. And then we can stamp it. And then we can use this as a talking point. These are legendary? These are not legendary. All this is legendary. Yeah. What? And that's not even enough to get this going. Oh, there it is. And then this doesn't have an input or a Kickstarter. I just don't like looking at it with 0 power, so we're not really going to use this, but it should serve as a sort of thought experiment. Like here, first of all, that's not going to be here. Should it be rare or normal? I think it should be normal, and I'd love to see if normal works. But the function of this ship should be... Oh! Biter farms. It can't be done without biter farms. So no matter what, we are going to have to do biter farms before we do. We can still do this design. Shoot, here's another issue. Like, this one's really relying on this, on railguns, or on... No, it also has normal ammo. Okay. Like, this is a beautiful setup, like really compact. I really should embrace that. And this, let's see, how wide is it? Debug. Oops. Oh, where's the grid lines? Grids? Why is it not showing the grids? There. On the debug. There, like this. So this is 2 chunks wide and then a bit more. Battlefield already done? Nope. From the Megaverse playthrough, just a city block with the normal quality stuff. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it actually, it probably is. You're right, because it's a solid design. So this one, what do we keep and what do we throw out? This thing here, definitely throw it out and move it down here. All of this is way too spread out, but that's fine. It also has like a big storage for receiving things. Oh, right. The idea of using this here for storage of ammunition is a no-go anymore. We don't do that. We don't do that anymore. Having a single one here is going to be enough. Because this one will be going out, collecting 50,000 or something. Let's have a look. Also, if we do that.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Hey, Black Mentos, thank you for the 9 months. Probably don't... Oh, I know. Definitely not as many railguns either. And this one make 34 per second, which is plenty, and it'll consume 48 per second. Let's...
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And Anonymous, thank you for the 57 months. Good to see you. Still at legendary. I know. This one's still legendary. There we go. That was not legendary. Now down to 13.5, and it consumes about 20 per second. So if we go out and get 50,000 divided by 20, that's 2,500 seconds. That is 41 minutes. Not great. Not great. So I think we need the setup for 2 of these next to each other. So we need this down here, and we need the power plant up here, which is a 3 power plant. Maybe a 2 power plant is actually going to be enough. And we don't need as many railguns. I think we do need the pattern here. The pattern is really good. And we don't need as much on the side because nothing will ever come from the side. We also need these thrusters as much as possible. And then... Okay. And then we need some curse storage somewhere. Cool. I'm going to leave this because we're going to need some of this, stealing this template. This one should have a new name. It should be Old Prometheum ship. And we can steal from stuff that we have built before. I think I actually want my... because the designs I use for the mega base are very good. It's that simple. Seriously? Where's the spaceship? Oh right, the spaceship is not here because the spaceship was too big to put, so it had to put it in its own. But where? If you can see it, just go like there, point it. Prometheum spaceships, thank you. That's a juicy one. Stamp. Cannot build an uncharted land. You damn well can. Oh, and it started a hype train just to celebrate this beauty. Oh my god, my updates are done. They're dead. They're dead. Ah, my updates. There we go. It stamped the rest. Finally. Whoo! Alright. That's chunky girl. Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna be a captain of a ship, be the captain of the biggest ship in the harbor. That is words to take into the nightlife. This doesn't seem like a very space efficient design. So I'm thinking maybe this design is actually what I want to use because it's pretty good. We just downgrade the whole thing to normal. And we probably have like a little bit of this, like some of these designs are good. It bothers me that I can't get it online, so. Not enough. That's enough. And good. Yes, they're all full. Okay, so this I just needed to be online to see what's going on. The ship could be named Naboo. Yes, I'll use the cheaty power. That would have been so much easier. Oh, the hype train was, yeah. Well, whatever. I'm not sure I like this design. It does look really weird. Like, why is it like this? Like, for example, it just takes one space too much here. Like, why am I not just doing like this, for example? And then all of that could just be taken one down. Why not? And if I really insist on symmetry, then I'll do this. Yeah? That's like the easiest one tile that I could save. This one, if this was normal quality. I didn't even need to do this. I could just say it's 28 times 50. So this is 1.4 megawatt of power. That's too much. I think we're going to aim for just 400 as we had for the other one. Yeah. So let's go back to our small Prometheum ship here. The first thing we're going to do is get a lot of this. Oh, right. I have no idea how big it is. There you go. Megawatt isn't nearly enough. 1.4 gigawatt, yes. Yeah. Okay, so now we look at other ships that we built. We take the Victory ship that has a nice power plant design. So we take this part here. And we copy it over to our new design here and then go. That is probably a good idea. Here. And now the even better idea is GD power. Okay, I need to do this. And good. So this is enough to keep this flowing. Good. So this is the first thing, and now we have power. So this is 400 megawatt of power. I hope that's enough. Let's have a look at the other ship, like the old Prometheum ship. So now the next part is the power plant, which we can use the mega base design for because it's a pretty damn sweet design here. This one. And then that goes down there. It's really weird, but yeah, it's a thing. There. And then we need to scale it down to normal quality. Oh, never mind. And all, shouldn't we just have a simple one that goes quality down? Yeah. Nothing in quality here. Okay. And these would now be generating each of them. This is not much. 10 per second. Maybe like this. This is actually not bad as the input here. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And here there's also 8. So when this is split evenly, there's 8 assemblers here and 8 assemblers there. And this is a pretty good start. So now the next part is storage boxes. Let's look at the Megabase one, how that's done. That has like this really weird advanced way of exporting it out in a simple way. Legendary Trigger Planet, yes. It takes lots of laser damage level in order. Yeah, about 20. Which is not cheap, so I do get that. Not for sort of killing biters, but for killing stuff out here. Okay. So, I don't know if I need... Well, I think I don't need the same thing here. Like, these can be... Damn. And we're out of power again. Two, 3, 4. There you go. So this is potentially the storage location, which can then reach up if it wants to, or reach down if it wants to. What? Ugh. Crap. I have to redo the whole thing again. Because it actually has to be like this. Maybe this one should just live here for now. Good. So this is like start of something. It will have alien life seed, emergency egg drop off. It probably should, but I'm not the one who likes those kind of things. Well, it actually, now that I think of it, now that you mention it again, it kind of has to. The reason why it has to is because we're going to be launching up here until there's not enough promethium. So we're also going to have like one of those shuffling thing inbound. So it does need that as well. How will it work? Does it take biter eggs and send them off, or does it collect chunks and then farm it? It collects chunks, comes back, parks over Navis, imports biter eggs continuously until it runs out of promethium, which means that it will at the end have 0 promethium and some biter eggs, and those need to be thrown out. And some lasers, yeah, but that's minor design. That's something we can always squeeze in. Like, I want to do the big design first. So do we want anything else up front? In front of this? I don't think so. I don't think I want the science or the storage up here. I think I want the storage at the back because it also needs to flow in here. So width of this, a little bit wider. Let's have a look at the old ship. Like the old one here has some kind of defenses along the side. The Megabase one also has kind of the same thing along the side, but it doesn't really need it. But it was just kind of, here's a rhythm, let's use it. It doesn't hurt. So if we just look at, like, this is a repeatable pattern. And I think that's a nice repeatable pattern, even though this is of course legendary and all. Wish we could just do this. Like from legendary to normal for everything, but you have to check every single thing. Like that's legendary to normal. That's legendary to normal. That's legendary to normal. And then it's... Oops. Oh dear. Those are the ones we have. And then assemblers, all the different assemblers types. Like this one, I don't know if that's even needed. Let's check this. Anything else? We'll keep. We'll take this as we need it. Collectors. Ah, collectors. Yes. All of these. Good. And power plants. Space processing buildings. I guess that's these ones. Okay. We'll see. And when we get more things, we'll just add them here to the list. Now what? Now let's look at the front section. So I think I'm going to be using this front section because I actually really like this front section. And then we're going to look at it to see if it's actually as good as it looks, but it looks good. Okay, so let's see. This is inbound. What's on this belt? There is... Okay. So this belt is going to be... railguns and normal ammo, like that. Yep. And it goes out here. Then the second belt doesn't make any sense. Like, why is that one coming out on top of that? This doesn't make any sense. Oh, right. It does make sense. Because... it will be that ammo. And then the actual Prometheum will go on a separate line. I really like this. Only thing is this. And then you choose our downgrade planner and see what works. Good. Good. Hmm. And this one has set filter. I think this is exceptionally good. Wow, it's rare. Copy this, and that goes here. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. I am not liking all of it now. Because it doesn't have enough. It doesn't have enough grabbers, and it has way too much ammo here. Yeah. So, I think it would be better if it was something like this. And then this would be hard-coded to that, and the other one would be hard-coded to there, right? Yeah, I know. We'll do the uncommon ones. But this pattern is not repeatable. No. It has to be the whole thing that's repeatable. Which means and the reason why it's not repeatable is because this has to merge in on the top side, which blocks that one. Which means that these two... Like, it would obviously be better. Let's just hard code this one to these ones. Which, even though it's not how it's supposed to be, that's kind of just to illustrate. So, if I do this one, take that out. I do this, and then repeat it like that, and like that. That's okay, I suppose. There's obviously some mistakes here.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Hey Mark, thank you for the 68. Good evening all. I've been busy lately, so I think I missed a couple of a complete playthrough of Silksong. You probably have, but it's coming online on my second channel eventually, on the VOD channel. Yeah, and here, and these two. So what do we think of this one? This is symmetric around the middle, and if you look at the width, then it's also pretty decent size in terms of sort of looking at it as a 2-chunk wide design. Spot for one more laser. Yeah, that's true. Or, actually even better, not a laser, but a normal turret. Because lasers are not really going to work in this setup, so they're just kind of there for effect. Like, I think this is a good front to get going on, and then we need a corner. But it might also just be, if we look at this one and then, oh, okay, now I cut it. Do we need anything between the storage and this? Then it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, right, we do. We do need this one. Actually not completely awful. There you go. That's the Promethium being funneled back. And yeah. Are we designing a new ship for going to the end of the solar system again? Nope, we already have one. That Victory ship is beautiful. It goes back and forth and it's fully automated and it's really compact and nice and awesome and it's a normal quality. But now we're designing the first little Promethium ship. Trying to use only normal quality items. Almost. At least that's sort of the template. And we're going to see how it fares and then we'll take it from there. Okay, so this might not be the worst idea. Right? So we get the sign out here. Yes. And of course this would just be replicate on. Oh no. Ugh. Connected, connected, and connected. Connected here. Obviously these two, this needs to be pushed down so they're right next to each other. Yep. So I'm not sure those legendary grapplers. Now they don't. Let me see. So, corner module. We have some different corner modules, like the old Promethium. Like this is pretty good, but I don't think we need 3. I think we need 1, and then so the one thing I'm thinking is that are we focusing too much on the front for collection, or is that okay? But we're getting 1, 2 here from the front. I don't really like this design now that I look at it. I'm thinking, like, wouldn't it be possible for this one also to collect and then go down there? Why not? We're not getting out there where there's so much. And then if I do this, then what about this one? Shouldn't this one also be able to get the other one? Shouldn't this also be able to get this part? And then in order for doing that, I would have to do that. Which, you know, it's not like really horrible. I lose 1 here. I kind of like that they can all pick up everything. It is a... Yeah, it's stronger to uncommon. I don't know. There's some inconsistency there. That's... How much range do the common turrets have? Not much. And I don't mind that I upgrade these to uncommon quality or rare quality, but I just like to just... Let's start by making it common, send it out, figure out how bad it is, see if there's a... if I start by making it all of it rare quality, then I don't really feel confident about downscaling it. So I'd rather want to see if we can get it with normal quality, and then, yeah, scale up as necessary. Okay, so now this is the corner. And you're coming out here. And it's these two locations. So that has to go down there, and that has to go down there. It's... Oh, and we killed this annoying... Wait, so these are basically our... Oh yeah, that's true. If we... There. If I copy it, then I can't do the other thing. This would be beautiful, but it doesn't work because now I don't have anywhere to put it in. Now I can put it in here. This kind of works, I think. And then... Nope. Because then it's outputting on the wrong side. But I can't have it here because that's... What? Hold on. This is putting on the... Oh, no, I have no idea what the hell's going on. Did I copy from two different builds? Yes, I think I did. I think I took my mega base here, which is putting on the inside of this belt, but my old one is putting on the outside of the inner belt. Like, come on, consistency. Ugh. Yep, work from templates from different ships. So now I need to figure out which one is best. I do like both, I guess. So the advantage of this one is that it directly inserts here. That means this can be more compact. So I like this one more compared to the megabase. This is the megabase. The old one has to have 4 tiles and then 2 for belts and then 1 more tile. While the new one, like, the width of this is a lot. It's too wider, so definitely that's not happening. So we're gonna have to do this design, which means that the Prometheum, this one can't just be put in here, because then it outputs on the wrong side. What we do? And I have no idea if this works. So close. Inserts on the side of the grabbers. Not these. But then the side ones. Yeah, this one, but not. Oops, what the hell? Oh, weird because we're in here. I guess I could. Yeah, move the belt one down is not an option. It's gonna ruin too many other things. So I think we're gonna stick with the fact that they go on the top side of the belt, the outside belt, which means that this side here has to be renovated in some way, which I think is fine because I don't really like. I think there's some weirdness in this pattern here. Also, I should fix it on this side because this is the one. This is the main one. Okay, so first of all, you go out, and then you go back in. There you go. And then I want to give you, and then it moves up. There, easy. And then you pick up here. This one I don't know what that is. There. So there's only one jump, and no, this is not good. This can't be right. Ah, it's like this. Yes. And then this one jumps up to these two. So the outer one is... This is still not correct. Because if I look at this, then it is the top belt here, the outer belt is railgun and ammo. And the inner one is rockets and... yeah, okay, so... And all of these should also be changed, by the way, because they really should be like this, which isn't gonna happen. Like, yes, yes. Nope. And yes. But then this one is ruined. The whole idea of this working isn't gonna get there. But I also now need to find another space because all of these have to be grabbing now from the next one belt. Which does have some benefit in terms of just being... So we just lost a tile. From grabbers output down, it doesn't really make a difference. If I put output down, then I just block that one. Like this is the easiest one out here. Then like this would be a nice pattern. Like very simple, very basic. It does everything. It has the right things. The only thing is that now Replace one bullet with a laser. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Or maybe just to sort of, in the name of symmetry, go like, yeah, but we both need both lasers and blah, 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 whatever. And just like, this is the right place to build lasers, my friend. There's no other way. Something like that. But I still lost the tile. Because of these. But I don't think there's anything I can do about it. It's, I just found your stream after looking up circuit network tutorial and came across one of your YouTube videos. Oh, there are a few of those. Welcome. Thank you for joining. How do those get the promethium out? They don't. This one is not promethium. This is only other stuff. I'm not harvesting promethium from the side. I'm harvesting promethium from the front. There's very little on the side and quite a lot on the front, especially if I just make two here that harvest promethium from the side. This is what I do for the mega base promethium ships. Like, these are the ones that take only normal asteroids, and then the front ones here, they only take promethium. Like, all of it is only promethium. So it's basically just the scraps that fly by that I take the normal asteroids. And it works quite well. It takes a while to get started, but it does work. And it's going to be... I don't think that's the same idea here, because it's a smaller ship and it's less density. Can it not be inserter, underground, and the other one mirrored? Inserter, underground. For what are we talking about? I don't know which one you're talking about. Like, are we talking about rocket turrets? Are we talking about replacing these ones, getting the normal turrets in here? Or are we talking about this one? I don't know. To make undergrounds possible. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So we could sort of take the middle one out and then do like this. That's a really neat idea. Then I actually save some space. Oh, no. It doesn't tile, does it? No, it doesn't tile. Well, it does if I kill these two. Now it does tile. It's actually a really interesting design, this one. Then I can actually move it one closer. That's even better. There. And these are the two outputs. So you are going to go here, and you are going to go... No work. Unless we kill some of this in the name of the corner. It's actually even better. Now it's really jammed in here. Nice. This ups. What? I don't get it. Oh shit. Like this. But then where's the Prometheum one? Oh. This is also a little bit of a mess. Let's see how many we actually have. Where's the middle? Middle is here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get the show. Sorry, Candyman, for waking up. I thought of the opposite. Put rocket turrets on top of the rocket belt. You don't need that many rockets on the side anyway. I like that too. Maybe I like that better. Let's just try it here. I like that better. That's better. It's gonna be the same, but actually it's gonna be even smaller now. Oh, but then that's getting into more trouble. Like, I can put 2 down here, but I can only put 1 up here. Now that's a big no. I can put 1 in here because this one is now uneven. And maybe that doesn't matter because you don't really need that many. Or maybe I can do it in a different... No. The whole thing got really compact suddenly. Or just on one side. Yes, asteroids on one side. Yes, absolutely. And on the outside. Because that's what is easier to handle up here. This, though, is going to be a mess. Really? Can it be built this close? Apparently it can. Interesting. Okay. Not sure I want that, though. That goes way too far out. I guess that's the best thing we can do. Let's see. Why did this one not grab anything? See, this is fine. But how do I get these two to work? Actually, I do that by doing like this. I have to do this. But I only need 2. And these are not coming in at very high rates, so there's no way that this is coming in at 30 per second anyway, so maybe I'm overthinking this and just kind of have to do something like this, because it's never happening anyway. It still bothers me that it's so uneven. Yeah, super uneven. And obviously, this and this are coming out on right-hand side. But these 4 other ones are coming in on the other side. So if I put evenly into each... Please don't. Oops. There we go. Yeah. Maybe this is not a problem. Maybe this is a problem. I have no clue. Oh, here's an interesting concept. What if we did this? Doesn't work for this one, but it's damn close to working. If it was like this, it would actually work. That is a really nice design. Or is it? I don't know. May I ask what you do right now? I'm new to the game, $200. I'm going to build the first ship that you're going to send out to harvest your first bit of Promethium. And I want to make it as simple as possible. Not necessarily design-wise, but sort of in... yeah, as simple as possible so that you can get started on your Promethium farming. Consistent with the buildability of the collector. Oh, shut up, man. That's such an annoying thing. There was nothing integrity and buildability about this. There. That should still work, right? Yes, so that works. Because it goes in here on the lower side and then... Right. I think we're just going to leave it like this because I'm really not going to get much out. I don't need this to be balanced, do I? The problem with this... Well, problem, but it only needs 1 more. Okay, so now the next question is... This part is to go down here, but it also has to go... How far up can it go? This? Oh my god, it's so annoying. Why? Can you just place the stuff that you can place instead of complaining all the time? That is so frustrating. I think it's because this one is in the design, it is broken, and therefore, but then if I do it this way, then I think I can do it now. Yes. There to there, yes. And this one from here to here. Works. We're making progress. Except this is... Well, it's a good idea. So let's keep it like this. That one. Yeah. God damn it. Still frustrating with this one. So now it's a lot tighter. We'll do this. Oh, it's a very small ship. It's a very small ship. And then I think all of this is no longer relevant because I'm not going to bring it down like this. I'm simply going to bring it in 2. Now we go over to Megabase Prometheum ship. Oh yes, this beautiful bastard. Let's see. Not the whole thing. But it has to end with a green because after the green we get that. Okay, so it go down to a including a green. Including a green. Let's maybe like this. And then the return line is gonna go up here. So this is pretty fair build here. And then, I don't know how big we want it, but let's also see the ship here. What are we missing? We're missing all of that production capacity. Oops. That's kind of important. Yeah, okay, so we were definitely not getting to this one yet. This one just go down. Okay, never mind. So. Oh. Yeah, let's got space for ammo factory. Yep, I did. Which is a non-trivial amount of space. But I think that we can use our victory ship as the baseline. Because this is pretty compact. And it actually does everything we want. Right? And I think we can use this. If we just build 2 of these, then maybe that's actually good. Let's just kind of look at the whole thing here. And just kind of plop it down and go, yeah, you know, it's not awful. One here, another one on that side. And then The other one below. Wasn't that a command? Don't forget your break. Yeah, that's a the biter escort. Yeah, I don't care about that one. That's a moderator command. So now we get to the big issue, and that is if I build this, then I have to build the storage below, and then I have a ship that's very slim and very long, which means it's fast. But is that what we want for a Prometheum ship? We really want it as wide as possible so we capture as much. So why are we making it so slim now and very long? That's not a great shape for a Prometheum ship. We don't need it to be fast-ish. We need it to collect. No, maybe that's not true. Maybe we do want it to be fast because we want to get it as fast out into the Prometheum field to actually harvest something, more than just harvest a lot. Because it's small. Yeah. Yeah. But if it's the same things we want to put in here, then the question is, do we need it like... Oh, here's another part. It could also be super asymmetric, where we have it like this. We have one storage on one side. We have storage on one side and factory on the other side. That's also an option, right? Then it would truly be a small ship. That could be interesting. I like that. Asymmetric heresy, I know. Let's simmer a little bit on this, and then be back after the break. Be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Alright, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Oops. Okay, I am kind of interested in the idea of if we have one of these modules, that really should be enough. Isn't it? Because this module was enough, or is enough, for our victory ship. And the victory ship is just kind of cruising. So do we need twice as much? I mean, this should go faster, and if it goes faster, it might actually not be enough. So maybe it isn't enough, and especially Prometheum gets a little bit tougher. So I'm gonna bite the bullet and say that it's not enough. Small Prometheum ship should also be on a... there. Okay, so let's do this one. Now that's another problem. How do we even get access to this? Or maybe there's a better way. Maybe there's a compromise if we only have one. What if this one is at the bottom of the ship? It really doesn't work. Like, because this one's getting in from this side and... What the hell is this? I don't think I like this. I think it's actually like this. This is original. So the bottom side is where there are 3 inputs, but there are also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inputs from the right hand side. And then the top side, the input is irrelevant. So which one is the main input side? Is it the bottom one or is it the...
Our illustrious champion returns.
Okay, I think I can do it like this. And then this part can just be flipped down here. Welcome home, X-Int Marcus. Thank you for the 58 months. X-Int Marcus, you must have changed name. There's no way that I have said, thank you, X-Int Marcus 57 times and not remembered it. I hope. There's beauty in asymmetry. Well, we had a long discussion about that, and it's one of those things I don't. Maybe not. Yeah. Well, you keep your secrets. Centode, this is... Yes. No. I need to go on a rant about this. Beauty and asymmetry. It's one of the core tenets of shibari. The traditional Japanese shibari, that is. Where you make something that looks good. It's very traditional Japanese. Where you have something that looks good and then you just break the symmetry. You make something symmetric and then you break it. Just because it shouldn't be perfect. And it's the... it's that thing. But for me, with my OCD, and you can see kind of where I get it from, I can't do that. Like, and it's one of those things where when I do shibari and the traditional, like the teacher who was there this weekend, my girlfriend was like, before we went to the first workshop with him, she was like, oh, you're gonna love his style. He's so aesthetic and he's so meticulous. And then as soon as I saw, like, there's a tie that I go to, the very classical tie where you tie 3 wraps of 2, so that's 6 wraps across the chest, and 6 parallel ropes should be 6 parallel ropes in my world. But it's very classic Japanese that you tie 2 ropes, and then the third rope just kind of goes a little bit crossing the other 2. And that breaking the perfection is aesthetic, and it frustrates the hell out of me. And I'm like, fix your damn ropes. You have 6 parallel lines, and you deliberately made them cross each other. Like, ah! And it's still something that my mentor is, he's still like, I tie some nice wraps all up the legs, and then it's really nice and symmetric, and then he goes like, yes, and I use the remainder of the rope to sort of pull it out of shape just to break the symmetry. And I look at him and go like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. There's no way that's happening. And he's like, that is the traditional way. I guess we have a difference of opinion here. Like, So, and it's very much become my style that I am. Is it called empathic? I'm tantric, and I am aesthetic in my, and I'm very much into, like, all of the lines are just perfect. And I come up with there's one tie that you tie really tightly around the thigh, and it's like you're just supposed to be like tight, really tight, and it's supposed to be messy because it's supposed to be fast. And I love the effect of the tie, but I've hated how messy it looks. And now today I came up with a new design where you hook it around the big toe and then you spiral all the way up all of the leg, and it looks amazing, and it does exactly the same effect. And now instead of having like ties that crisscross on the thigh, you have like a spiral that goes all the way from the toes all the way up the leg. And I'm like, it gets the same thing, but it looks so much better. And that's the kind of yeah. Isn't it because of wabi sabi? Yeah, that sounds something. And that Japanese people don't like even numbers. I really don't know if it's that hard. Like there's always an odd number of 3 stones in a garden. Yes, like generally in a Zen garden, but there's also something else about a Zen garden. In a Zen garden, if you place things correctly, for example, there are 9 stones, but they're always placed so you can never see all 9 stones. No matter where you are, you can't see all stones at once, which might again means that everywhere you are positioned in the Zen garden, you can't sort of see the whole thing. You have to, everywhere you are, you're going to be seeing something different, which is also like classical Japanese. Can we expect the masterclass of this topic on your channel? You can expect the, I don't know. You shouldn't expect it, but I'd love to. This is my biggest dream. And I'm actually, in a couple of weeks, I have my girlfriend and someone else. I know that they're coming over, and we're going to be tying together. And it's the potential is that we're going to see if we're going to be producing some shibari videos together, because that would be really interesting. They might not be something, or they will definitely not be something for YouTube, but they'll be. Yeah, rope in a book. Yes, shibari in a book. Yeah, I would love to. Like that is like is my biggest dream of making that. But the thing is, like, am I good enough for that yet? That's one thing. The other thing is, like, will someone of the people that I know and in the community, will they take offense to me doing that? Those are always the questions, right? So, a little bit of a challenge there. So yeah, I'd love to make shibari videos, and I think I could do something. I think I could do it really well, not because I'm the master of it, but because I have a unique perspective, and I think that's interesting enough. City blocks in shibari, yeah. But you know, it's not really. It's unfortunately one of those things that I dream about, but I'm not sure that's ever gonna happen. That's because of your OCD. Yeah. Okay. That's a junk one. We do have some issues with actually getting this to work. Okay, so there will be 2. So anyway, it's something that I really dream about, and it's something I would be really passionate about. There are unfortunately quite a lot of hurdles for that. First thing is, like, I need a studio. I have no problem finding models. That's actually a little bit surprising. I have someone I've already talked about, and also sort of said that it would be on a payment on a paid basis. So I'm actually, I want us to run this like a business, like this business, not anything else. The studio models. I need to make sure I don't piss off some of the influential people in the community, because that would kind of suck. So see, that's a potential way. Yeah. It still needs to go down here, or this. How could you piss anyone off by doing that? Well, you know, if people, if there's people who have their entire business being dependent on training people in doing this, they might not like that I give tutorials on stuff I've learned from them free online, obviously. Then there's also the part about, oh, you can't be teaching something that you didn't invent. I invented that tie, so I'm the one. Like, there's a lot of egos there. So, how exactly can you build influential Shibari people? Exactly that. If, like, it is not a business that makes a lot of money. And there is one place that has like online courses, and it's run by some of influential people. And there's also like the lounges and clubs in Copenhagen that offer education. And that's very exclusive, and it's very high standard. And they've been talking about like making online tutorials, but they want to sell it, and I'm like, that's not how that works these days. Like, you gotta, I mean, that's just, sorry, it's not the 90s. People are not gonna buy DVDs. It's that time has passed for that kind of business model. So if I just kind of go like, oh yeah, let me just show off tutorials of a lot of the basic ties and some of my variations and stuff like that, and then they'd be like, hey, now people are not buying our expensive courses and coming to our training because they're just gonna watch the stuff that you learned here online on YouTube, and it's not good enough quality, and you're not certified, and blah 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 blah. So it's kind of, it's the same with everything. Like, if you're offering some kind of skill, you want to keep high walls around it so you can keep it at premium. And the idea is also like, I don't think it's safe to be teaching people to do suspension and stuff like that from a YouTube video. That's something that you have to be taught in person, because someone who is a master should be looking over your shoulder and go like, no, that needs to go higher up. There's too much tension there. You can't see that off of a YouTube video. So it means that there's a problem already in that respect, sort of also. So then it could be like, oh, I can just do demos of cool performance ties that I do, and just as inspiration, as wow, that's cool. Wouldn't it work like that? Tutorials are showcasing basics of Shibari and get people interested in seeking knowledge for private classes. Exactly. That's my argument. Like, I run this business model by making all these videos, and you can watch the videos, and then if you want the convenience, you can support me on Patreon to get the blueprints, but you can also just design them yourself, or you can, yeah, you can design them by looking at the videos, and that contains all the necessary information to get there. So I'm proof that works, but you know, it's a more modern way of looking at it. Yeah, so this is actually not even a good idea. It's actually better like this because then I can go like that, even though it's technically a longer path. And then this one can go. It seems weird that this is better, but it is. Oh, I hate that. There you go. Are there blueprints of Shibari? Nope. But there's like the thing that I was missing was you go to a class and you learn a new tie. Ooh, the strappado. Ooh, interesting. I know that. Like that's arms tied together on the back. It's really a tough tie, and it's definitely not for beginners. So you learn it, you tie it on your model. Cool. Next Friday you have a date and you go like, ooh, I'm gonna try my new tie. Was it over and under? Or was it under and over? Fuck. And now what? You have nothing. You might have some pictures during your classes and go like, I can't, this is the finished product, but did I go under and over or over and under? Or did I do 2 wraps there or 3 wraps? Or how tight was the tension supposed to be? Like, you don't have that from just attending the class. And I'm like, when we attend the class, we need to have some reference material because then 3 months later, I might be like, that's strappado. I want to tie that. Oh, but there's no way I can remember it. Like, I can, but most people can't. And I was like, if you just had a YouTube video that summarized, and then you can just go in and go like, yeah, I'm just needing to see how it's tied, how it started off. Okay, scrub there. Okay, yeah, okay, and then I need to then tie. Okay, now, so as a refresher, it would be super valuable. So for some basic bedroom stuff, it's nice to have some proper tutorials online. It is way to get interested and seek more advice if someone is mentally okay. Yeah. Can barely remember with the reference material. Yeah. And I have an unfair advantage. Like there's a European master called Pedro. He ties really fast and really advanced. So he came to a workshop some time ago and he just tied for 45 minutes and he was like, position 1, position 2. And then like, all right, go. And everyone was like stunned. And I was like, oh, okay. Because I can remember like a 45-minute sequence because I break it down and sure there might be a little thing that's that not really getting it, but a lot of people were like, can you just like step by step? And it was like, really? So luckily good memory for those kind of things. But yeah, I think Timbo, you're right about that. And basic bedroom stuff, basic ties, like, oh yeah, this you can use it like bunny ears like this, for example, go to tie around the back. Probably not a strappado, probably not tenshi because they're a little bit more extreme. But there's a lot of stuff that would be very easily to accommodate. Look at me coming up with new ideas. There. Huh. Much nicer. So that's one. And that's the second one. And this... No. This is the third one. It's actually going to be like a major issue now. Oh, we got to get this one out. Huh. That's outside, that's inside, so this goes both sides, yeah. I'm climbing quite a bit, and I'm so happy most of the knots and ties needed are just easily found online in pay-per-view. Yeah. But do you need a lot of knots and ties? Like, I got the impression that there are like only a few, because there's there are like certain situations, and there will be a superior tie in most situations. Just bought the game, and it's so overwhelming, I don't know what to do at all. Any advice? Yes. Let me welcome first-time chatter. Thank you for asking a very good question. I will happily jump into that, then happily jump back to that very good question afterwards. But I'll just actually answer a Factorio question. So, you can do two things, and one has my strongest recommendation. My strongest recommendation is play the game, mess up, make an absolute mess of it, and then on your second playthrough, come watch some of my videos, because then you can kind of see the process, and you can see what you build yourself, and then you can get some better designs. You go like, oh man, why didn't I think of it? But if you skip ahead, skip straight to watching my videos and copying my designs, then you're gonna miss out on some of the learning and some of the troubleshooting part, which is a really big part of the game. And once you sort of have done that, then if you start by sort of copying my designs, you can never go back, because you're probably not going to come up with better designs than mine, honestly, anytime soon. So you're kind of missing out on some part of the game by sort of, it's kind of like you're reading you just got a new book, and you're just reading the last 10 pages. Like, well, after you've read the last 10 pages, the rest of the book is not as interesting anymore, because you already know how it ends. And that's kind of the same thing. That if you already know the good design that you should end up with, then designing in any way that doesn't end up with that design kind of feels pointless, because you know that's the way you want to end up anyway. So my recommendation is try to play it, figure it out, and make some mistakes. If that becomes too daunting, and then yeah, after about 10 hours, yeah, and after you sort of been struggling, and if you go like, okay, it's not really fun anymore, I really need something to get me over that hurdle of just getting started, then check out my videos. I have two series that are relevant. I think that one I would recommend is called Let's Start Automating. It's a couple of years old, but it's very beginner friendly, and it's focused on sort of, now the next thing we should do is get more iron. Let's build some more iron. And then we go out and get some more iron. And then, okay, so at this point now we have iron coming in. Let's do some smelting. Like, it's really describing the process. And then of course I'm using some designs. There's another series called Based in a Book, which is sort of assuming that you've already played the game several times, and now you just really want to get good designs going. So, I think the Let's Start Automating series is, if you sort of watch that parallel with your own playthrough, and then you can see that, oh, he built 30 miners, I built 2. Maybe that's the problem. Then you start going back to your own game and build 30 miners, and then see that, oh shit, now I actually have enough iron. Now I can start building belts and gears and whatever, right? So that would be my recommendation of struggle. And when you don't want to struggle anymore and need to, then watch the Let's Start Automating. Don't jump into the master classes just yet and just copy the designs into your game. I think you're missing out on something. So, sorry everything, but Factorio was terrible spaghetti. Yeah, that's the Let's Start Automating will also help with mitigating the spaghettiness. Daniel, just on a Patreon. Thank you. You have a blueprint for the Streets of Starter Planet? Yes, I do. If you look at the front page of my Patreon, where I do posts, scroll a bit down, there's a list of space age, and under the space age, there's Shattered Planet ship. This ship is a legendary ship that will get us to the Shattered Planet safely, without problems, but it requires, you can see at the bottom of the screen how many legendary items it requires, which might be a little bit much. But Shattered Planet is not an easy place to go, and I didn't bother trying to design a ship that wasn't legendary, because I had legendary at the time. What we're doing now, before my distractions, was designing a ship that could harvest Promethium but not go to the Shattered Planet with mostly normal. How to deal with the natives? Natives. They're actually not native. Here's the thing. Let me blow your mind about natives. They are not native. How? Because this is where the biters lived, and once you kill them, the path where they had their hives will never ever revert back to normal. Hence, they can't be natives. The biters are not natives. They must be alien to Navis as well, because otherwise the entire planet would be covered in this muck where they had their bases. So they are as foreign as we are to this planet, and we don't have to call them natives because they're certainly not native. Because if they were, the whole planet would be covered in this texture and not this texture. So, but yeah, it's not what Christopher Columbus, but more like Hernan Cortez did. But what I would recommend is you set it to passive mode so that biters don't attack unless you attack. I think that's the most enjoyable way to do your first playthrough. So that you decide, you go out and you clear the biters and you kill them, and they attack you when you attack them, but they don't attack you if you don't attack them. That's how I would recommend playing the first game. Daniel, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome. Good. Now, I want to go back to a really good question about the other topic that we were looking at, which I still love that we're talking about it, so I'm going to be diving in, even though some people would rather want me to keep on designing this. So, thank you. Wolf Norek says, quick question. How does model influence how you use your ties? I mean, are there a good and a bad models, or is it only depending on you? Oh, there's definitely good and bad models, even though the term bad model is not fair. Because that's like, are you a good and bad rigger? Well, someone might not be very skilled, but their energy and their presence and their session building might be exactly the way you like it. So that doesn't make them bad. It just, yeah. And the same with, there's a lot of ties that requires experienced models. There are also ties that are really tough, so you need really masochistic models. And that's the balance. There's also ties that are very difficult or challenging with heavier models, because way more. And then there's a whole thing about, like, the ties are sort of designed around an 8-meter rope, and if you have a model that's bigger, male models for example, then you need more rope to do the same tie, and that's another challenge. And then so very much depends on the model, which is also something I really love. I tie with a lot of different models, and that's I enjoy that. A lot of people, especially instructors, they practice only with their same model, who is like super good model, and they have sort of designed their rope length and their ties specifically for that model. And then I feel like that's an unfair fit. You're not really. Could you do that with any model? There was a Japanese master who came in the summer and had a course, and his workshop was called Comfortable Suspension. But the reason why was that he'd been to the States and he'd been tying, and then his ties that were practiced on small, petite Japanese model, then he came to US and did some hired work, and then they didn't work. As he said, his English was not very good. He was saying, American woman, super very big. And compared to a 45 kilo hypermobile Japanese model, it's a different thing. And he had something where it was like, oh yeah, and someone was commenting like, man, can you do this? And she was like, asked a really big woman on the table, like, can I show this on you? And she was like, I get tied up by the master. And he just showed something, and it was amazing because he could do it with her. And then all of us were like, yeah, okay, so he can do it with anyone. Cool, kudos to him. It's not just only the elite models he can make look good. He can make anyone look good. So I guess that's a sign of a true master, in my opinion, that you can make anyone look good, not just the best models. So yeah. Because you learn how and when to use them in class courses, the tie knots itself is the easy thing, and should be available readily. when how it's broken. Yeah. Only need a few, but knowing more certain situations make your life much easier and safer. Yeah. This copy was designed. You end up like me, not playing the game and just watching it. Oh yeah, then do that. Do the same ties, but you always do the same. Do the ties the same mostly, but sometimes depends on what works for a model. I mean, I've also designed my own special model. So you have a normal 2 rope TK. So that's like the classical chest harness, and I have designed a third tie that is specifically designed for women with implants. Because one of my regular partners, she has that, and some ties when you do that, they get crushed with the rope, and that's not good when you have implants. It's fine with naturals, but not with implants. So I needed some solution. So I did come up with a design, had a check with my master, and that's now called my third rope, and it's specially designed for that. So some body shapes types need special considerations, and well, then you just accommodate, which is for me also some of the charm of it, like coming up with solutions to problems that stem from, oh, I have a bad shoulder. Like a million different things that I had planned doesn't work. Okay, that's now I need to be creative. That's fun. So. Check out the trend again. Isn't there a complete Space Age blueprint book? I can only find the separated one for planets and city blocks and all. Yeah, that's because you're looking at the masterclass. So keep scrolling, and then you will find the collected one. It's basically this book, which has all of it, but the ones that are for masterclass are a little more spread out. So. Ties that go in a suit. No. Size difference. Same length of rope is enough for different binds. Sometimes something that bind might be a full body bind length for one might only be enough for a top bind. Enough to print bind in another situation. Yeah, but there's also a safety element that you need to take care of in terms of sort of this tie has to look in a certain way to be sustainable, and in order for it to look in that way, you maybe for some models you need a little more rope. All right, and now I need to want to design this. I need to figure out what needs to go on each belt. So the outer belt is the inner belt. The inner belt is on the outside of the inner belt, we have asteroids. So that's fine with this one. On the inside of the inside belt, we have rockets. So this one just goes, boom, done. On the outside, we don't have any considerations about what goes on either side. So that doesn't matter. Like, there's no constraints of what's inside, what's outside. So that just means that we have these two, this one, and this one go, for example, like this, and then the other one goes here. No. Damn, I would really love it to be already on this belt. I have no idea how to do this. Now that can go up, which is fine, but maybe that is just how it is. So back to that one. Like this. This is not good, actually. Because it does need to split out here. There. Even though they come in on the same belt, I have to split it out. Because otherwise, yeah, it doesn't work. So I guess this is working, right? I guess Factorio mods need to be updated for Masterclass. Yes, if only there was a moderator around to help with that. You move the space that separates input from output. For what? Space. What are you doing? Yeah. It does feel weird that this is an expensive thing that goes all the way up just to go down again. It's just begging us to do belt weaving, and I just don't want it. Could also do something like this instead. Because these are put on the top. And then we have that problem again. It doesn't take up more space than before, but now it's a little less awful. I tell you what I meant. Your rope is so long and your model size and shape ends up determining what you can do with the length. Yes. Example, they are smaller, so the length of the rope is enough for a full harness bind. Yeah. Yeah. If you follow the line where the explosives go, the rockets will add to that line, so you're exporting. Oh, right, that's one. Yes. That's true. This one. Whoop, there you go. Thank you. You can't just sideload a mixed lines belt. Where do I have that? This one I should be able to, right? So this one comes in with the top side of this belt, or the right hand side down here, is the ammo. And then I'm sideloading this one. So now what comes down here is half, is one side is this, and one side the other one. And then I split it so that the railguns come in on this side and go side loaded on this belt, and the other ones get sort of stack loaded on the other side. So I don't see why this is not working. Or was that like a comment for the previous one? Hey, Nazarov, good to see you. It's been a while. We're skipping just after Prometheum. We want to get Prometheum going so that we can get the first upgrades. I was just actually seeing your name just now. We were looking here, and I was looking this blueprint because I needed to add the warning. And I was like, oh, look at that. It is your design. So don't worry, you're remembered, even if you haven't been around for a while. Not forgotten. Okay, so do we think this works? Let's try it though. Oh, that's not even easy to try actually. I like this, potentially. I've not played Factorio for some time. Are the Bobs and Angel mods updated for Factorio 2 with Space Age? Same with Paradigm? Maybe, but if you haven't played Space Age yet, then play Space Age without the mods. That I am part of the new blueprints. So you're watching the stream like once every month. Oh, nice. Yeah. Meow. Hello, kitty. Hello, little distraction. Yeah, I think this is fine. I would really love to test it. I don't know how to test it properly. Oops, wrong side. Let's see if we can get this going. Yeah, and yeah. Are they working? No. Point. 1.5, 1.5. Okay. Yeah, these ones are too fast, but that's just the way it is. Why is this one not getting anything? Why are you not getting anything? What's not working? Oh, right, this one. There. Do you need to throw away water and stuff? So yes, that's the one I was missing. Okay. So this one, oh, it was starving a little bit, but it shouldn't be starving anymore. As long as this one's keeping up. This can produce 225, this can consume 100, this can consume a little more than 100. So, but definitely less. If you look at this, it's still a net positive, so as long as this one keeps running, then it's fine. This one, also very much net positive, and there's no way that these are going to be having problems. Good. So as long as we have enough iron, we have enough calcite, then this is going to be fine. Good. This one will always be struggling a little bit, and I think it's just better to do this, because it won't be able to keep up anyway. Water is not accumulating very fast because it is used quite a lot here. So this is using about 20, and this one is producing 53 plus 53. Yeah, okay. So this one is producing all the time, and it's just barely keeping up. But it is increasing. 4.1, 4.1, yeah. Like, if I'm looking at this, that's producing 100 water per second. And the only thing that's consuming water at this point is this one, which is consuming 20. So it should be like 80 per second of net positive. Okay, so the thing is, we can see that it works. Except we're not really seeing this one. Because it gets deleted instantly. There we go. That comes in here. And it gets deleted. Okay, so I think this is actually working. It would be nice if this part could be taken down here, but I don't think it can. No, because it's this one, so it has to be on top anyway. Ah, they go on the wrong side now. No, yes, they do. They go on the wrong side. They go on the same side as this one. No, I don't know what I'm doing. Doesn't matter. Can't see any better way than doing than this, which kind of sucks, but oops, that was a mistake. I polluted something here. There. Yeah. Did you know? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I think we have the solution to his part down here. It's nice. Good. This just barely can't be placed out here. That would be so nice. So it has to be placed below. And then we have to figure out how big of a storage we want. So first things first, let's expand downwards. So we know we have enough space. Okay, and this is also too much. So I'm going to take you and just move you down to an unknown location like that. And then copy you inbound. And that will be this. It's a little boring that this is all I can do with the space. And then we go over to the megabase ship and then find this one. And then I can wrap this one up, or I can... So the question now is... Oh, actually, there's a really easy way to do this. Because I'm thinking, I wonder how much I can actually store, but what if I just fill it up and see how much the count will be at the end, like that. So now it's filling up. This is like best case where it comes in at 60. which also means that this one has to be balanced. Even just a cheap balancer just has to have some kind of balancing. And then we let this fill up. So this is for anyone who's asking, what the hell is this monstrosity? This is the cursed belt storage. And it is a not self-replicating, but it's a modular design. So this thing is the end. This thing here can be repeated as many times as you like. And the start looks like this, right? No, like this. And it's just the most efficient way to store Promethium chunks, because they don't really work in these parts. There can only be 50 inside a 4x4 block, but if you do this, they can be much, much higher density. But you can see they split up to 30 on each side because I have red belts, and then they go fill up all of the up and down. And once it's filled up all the up and downs, then it should be coming here. Now filling up the red belts, which will then fill up all the red belts. Once it's filled up all the red belts, it comes up here, and it goes in, merges together with the other side of the red belts, and then it fills up that side and comes out. I love it. It's super nice. And I want to see how much we can actually store in this location. And then if we add another module, then we can sort of get a benchmark for how much each module adds. And then we can find out what it would be like to say, like, let's say 50,000 or something. I think that's a good number, because each of these crafts take 25. So 50,000 would be, oops, 50,000 divided by 25 per craft. That would be 2,000 crafts, and each craft generates 10 plus whatever productivity we have. We have 80% productivity. So this is times 10 times 1.8. So that would be 36,000 Promethium science. Nice. So now we can see we're filling up. And once it's filled up all the way, then it will start sort of filling up backwards. Like each of these belts are running at half capacity, except for the red ones. They should be running at full capacity. It's so ugly, it's beautiful. The most insane thing is that it is the best storage per tile for single stackable items. Yes. And the only thing that's really useful single stackable item is this one. So yeah, it is ugly. But it's ugly that we have to do it. But now that we have to do it, this is a beautiful solution to an ugly problem. I think that's the best way of saying it. It's a beautiful solution to an ugly problem. Like, I wish we didn't have to do this, but having us do this. Can't you stack to stack chunks, can you? Nope. Stack size 1. So no. And then it goes out here and then gets stuck, and then we'll sort of see it sort of, I don't know how fast will it propagate backwards. Look at that, it propagates backwards really twice as fast. It's already sort of stuck. That one's stuck, this one getting stuck. Come on, get stuck. That got stuck. This one getting stuck. This one getting stuck. Almost. And then we need to monitor $15,000. I need this one. There you go. Still not full. Okay, so now we know. Let's call it 17,000. Then if I take this part out and I take this part and multiply one more, it was kind of 17,000. And then we'll just need to fill up this again. And then we see how much we get for each module we add. See if I bet useful space. Absolutely. Alright, we need to take a break while this one fills up. So let's take a break and be back in 2 minutes for the bonus hour. Be back in a bit. Look what I found. An orange cuddly cat for the late night crew. Look at him, he's so cute. Yeah, he's very cuddly. He doesn't like the bright lights up here. Yeah, that's a very, very cuddly cat. Yeah. I had a friend who wanted to. She's from the Netherlands. She's coming soon again, and she wants to steal Speedy. So it's Speedy and the cat too. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm actually considering going to the Netherlands at some point to visit her, and then I'm gonna drop by Timbo when I'm there. Then you can show me the rope community of the Netherlands. Where am I from? From Denmark. Yeah, gorgeous cat, very affectionate. Yes, he's a very, very affectionate cat. Very, and I mean, I kind of get, I kind of take it for granted that he just wants to be picked up. You can always just pick him up, and he's always purring and like this cuddly when you pick him up, and that's a pretty rare thing for cats, right? Not every cat is this cuddly. Unfortunately, he's also very cuddly at 6, 7 in the morning. Yeah, so he'll be like meowing outside my door, like meow, meow. So, yeah. Let's come back into the game. Whoop. Goodbye to Kitty. Right. Okay, so now what? We added another module and we got to, what was it? 16,900 and then minus 2,100. Oops. 0. So about 4,100. So if we add another module here, then nope. This one and this one. So if we do it like this, then we'll get about 25,000 on this side and 25,000 on the other side. That's pretty good. So this is going to be the size we're going to deal with. And I do think the location is correct. And then just a simple splitter here. Oh, we forgot the overflow. No, we don't need an overflow. Because there will never be any overflow of this build here. Oops. I just messed up. I, of course, shouldn't let it run out. Maybe I should. Maybe I should just let it run out like this. And that goes back up. So this is basically sort of the whole amount we can expect. Civet cat, so they're a bit more temperamental. Yeah. Okay, so I think this is fine. And we could even do... There you go. So now that's the tracking the whole half of the build. And then... Except for this part, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's not stuck yet. It's a small thing, but it'll just give us a sense of, okay, this ship, 50,000. It'll be a little bit more than 50,000, because this will be a little bit more than 25,000, but that's fine. But you want to as one segment. Oh, yeah, I did. That was 4,100. One section is 4,100. Like, this section. 4,100 for this section. And 25. And then it's... You can see there's not much left that's filling up. A little bit. And... Oh, it goes up to 26. Okay, 26. There we go. So times 2, because the other segment will be the same. Okay. And that was a template test, so fine. That is... And now I can take this thing here and move it close. Maybe not that close. It doesn't have to be too close. Okay. And I can take this one here and here. A lot of the details are not as relevant about sort of how. This thing here, I'll now take it and I'll flip it, but all the belts will now be turned the wrong way. Yeah, and all of this, flip and good. And that one. This is starting to look like a template of sorts. Okay. If I take this part and flip it and paste it, and then it's absolutely 100% going to say turbo belt in the way. What? A space platform foundation is on a blueprint is inconsistent with the buildability rules of some asteroid. Blah, 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 blah. It's these damn things here. No, it has to be cut and remove this. Paste. Cut, remove, paste. Cut, remove, paste. Good. Shouldn't I have one more down here? I think so. Cut, remove, Paste. And flip and paste. Woohoo! All good. Whew. One underground on top of not correctly flipped. Yeah, that's true. Doot, that one. Or maybe it was flipped, but then I flipped it again to unflip it. Okay, there's more. Oh. Alright, they know all of these are off. And the other one? Let's see. It'll be evident once the whole thing flows. So if if this flows, and let's see, it's gonna take a while before it actually starts producing enough. And this one I have to, yeah, get out somehow. There. Just, at least that's an option right now. We haven't set up the parameters for how much of what these are going to pick up yet, so it's actually not picking up anything. So why is it actually working? I don't really understand why it's working, but yeah. These ones, they are set to set filter, but couldn't I just do... Oh, it does delete it. Why can I not override this? It should be overriding that as well. Like this? There you go. Cut. Paste. There. Cut. And these need to also be set up with wires. Good. Any more warnings? Yes. That one. How? That makes no sense. Okay. Now they don't have any warnings. And we're slowly getting a little bit of ammo. And this one should be picking up ammo at some point. Nope. Oh, it didn't pass by. This one got it. There you go. The next one's getting it. The next one. Still not getting any rocket ammo. There you go. So we got a little bit of feeding it. Is it intentional that the grabbers are top are uncommon? No, well, yes. They always... Actually, all of them should be uncommon. Because I decided long ago that I would not be using anything worse than uncommon for these. Even if it's like purely no higher quality. But then it's like, yeah, except, you know. There. So this is now, all of these are hooked up. I like it. It looks very reasonable. We need some design down here. Let's see what we got from the other ones. Hard to figure out. Would this be an advantage? Obviously not the same, but... yeah. Isn't there some problem with doing it this way? If I feed... there. It would be harder to feed up for one direction. Yes. Because now I need to feed... I need to feed the fuel in here, and all of these up here, all of these up here. Oh. It's a weird choice that what this here. That's probably the harder part, this one. Okay. Ah, this is the max distance, damn. I think this is a good idea. That's actually not even necessary. So that's fine. And then that's fine. And then continue over. Next. like this way of doing it. I think this is the one that has to be up here. Because then it can be... Is it? No. Maybe it's this one. Because then it can better sort of bypass. Do we not like this? Or do we like this? I don't know. Now that's kind of in the way. There's no way these can be... Well, they can be closer, but they can't be further away. That sucks. But hold on. There's nothing that says that it has to be like this. Like, I could... I could do that. And I just have to delete all of this and delete all of this. Then it would work exactly the same. Now it can go this way. Aha! That's a lot of underspin. Could you try and alternate the up and down thrusters? Yeah, let's do that. That's a good point. Let's do that. I like that idea. Let's try the up and down thrusters. I've never done it, but why not now? Is this the ideal location? I think. It seems remarkably simple, doesn't it? You've been updating your blueprints, but are they supposed to be in conjunction with your playthrough blueprints, or did you make them standalone? They are standalone, because my playthrough is using city blocks that are 100 by 100, and then on other than novice, I'm using a substation grid. But for this masterclass blueprints, they are preparations for a new playthrough, and they are all using the 50 by 50 city blocks. So they're not really compatible, but you can still like use the principles of the good designs for whatever you like. Okay, is this it? Like, is this how it's supposed to be? And then oops. Let's see, how tight do we make it? That's pretty freaking perfect. Holy smokes. Except we don't have any storage, but damn, this looks nice. It was that simple all along? I don't know. It might be, but I'm not. I think it's important that I shift it over by 2. I think I have to do like this. But I also think I need to give it a little breathing room here. But I don't know what the ends look like. The ends are... fine. Fine. You know, I think I actually use this space up here for like because there's nothing else to use that space for, so why not? So, let's see how this is going to pan out. Like that's obviously connecting here, which means it's incorrect. And then the other one is obviously connecting here. So these need to be switched again. Kill, 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 kill. There. Whew. That is... Need to remove all of this. No, there's a problem. This one isn't getting any heating out there. Oof, but I don't like this. This corner is awkward. Mirror along the vertical middle. Hmm? No, this is how I want to mirror it. I could... Wouldn't it... By being connected with the other one... Oh, it doesn't work like that. No. They connect diagonally like this. But there's no connection for the oxidizer from here into this one, so... But I do think that this is a lot nicer than what I've been doing before. Yeah, they're not mirrorable. Mirrorable. That's a word now. Mirrorable. I feel so bad about it now. I feel so bad about this one because that's pretty neat. I don't know if it works, but okay, there's one problem. Pumps. This does not have any pumps. Oh. If I want pumps, then I have to move it 2 tiles down. But pumps wouldn't really be enough here. Well, maybe this whole thing is like, no, you're supposed to go out there as fast as possible. This is a big, bulky ship, so it's going to be heavy. So it's probably not going to be very fast. It's such a nice little ship. Such a cute little one. I have no idea if it's going to work, but it's looking nice. We don't have enough rockets. Why not? This one, right? Yeah. Okay. So. Does this have liquid? No, it does not, because we kind of skipped that. But now I think we're done moving this one around. Yep, they're full, and I remove you. Pumps on belts and undergrounds. There isn't really any way for me to get pumps in here, this one, because this is in the way. I could move. So. And I think I want to... There you go. Ah, the power plant. I'm such an idiot. How many times have I done this now? I just said I was done doing that, and then I did it again. I just wanted to get rid of all the promethium so that we actually see it collect promethium and not just have it half full already. Good. So we got rid of the promethium. This one isn't supposed to be here. Then it also needs to connect with the other ones. Oops. There you go. No. There you go. So now it's collecting everything. I have a space for jump for pump inside fuel production block. Not if I want to go up here for this, but... no, this is the maximum reach. I can't see it. So, I don't think I need the pump. I'm gonna just say that I don't need the pump. Let's look at the victory ship and get this thing here. This is super important. This is needed for all our ships. And where should I monitor this? I need to be able to reach. maybe it doesn't really matter because I just need to have room for a radar, which I can put in anywhere. I don't think I need these two. So, so that one, and in here. Monitor everything. So now we have the content of the belt. Good. And that gives us some outputs, which gives us some indication of which ones are going to be green and what. The output of this will be dictating what we are going to collect. Oh, here I should also just do infinite. 60,000 is in this context infinite. It will potentially jam if they are full of promethium. That's an interesting challenge. Good. Side grabbers can't unload promethium chunks. That's absolutely true. And they should not be collecting that. So how do we distinguish? I guess what we should do is take like a hard-coded one here, which will then go on a red belt. Wire. We can't seem to get the ammunition going. And then that just goes that. So they always collect this. Right? Excuse me, but why is this not working? Why are we making so absolutely atrocious amounts of this? Is it jammed or is it just bad? It's just bad. Yeah. Okay. That means the top ones always collect promethium. Delete the last of CRISPR. Yes, but then it's also slower and I want it to be fast, so. If I delete this, then I also delete that one, and then it's kind of the same thing. Now what? Now let's send it out to... It'll be Gleba. No, it'll be Navis where it's belonging. And then it's going to be Gleba, and it's going to be Aquilo. But here I'll have all requests, and I'll also have a green indicator. Here we'll have all requests, and we'll have a green indicator. And then we'll have that one, and then we'll have this one. And then we'll have fly condition until time, right? It's time passed. Time is the easiest one to control. So what do we think? I think we're going to be flying out for 15 minutes. And then fly back. That's just my thought. First top ones should be picking up Promethium as well. Yes, they should. Indeed. Thank you. Good spot. So let's send this ship out, not for a long trip, but for a good trip. Let's just send it to Volcanos and go back. Just seeing if our ship does something. Flight jammer onto Promethean belts are half full. Yeah, that's the easiest one, but I am also just not really monitoring this properly. So this one. Ugh. Are you connected? Is there a wire connection? No, there's no wire connection. No, there's no wire connection. But that will go. The green one is now coming out as the amounts of everything. Damn, that's a really bad location for this. It's just kind of all over.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
There, I think that's easy. Hey, I found go. Thank you for the gift up. One build missing for Promethium on the right below cargo bay. Yes, there is indeed. Oh, I don't want to be having anything in there. Okay, so this number is also important. This number has to go back here. Which means I can also do... Let's do this one. Or greater than or equal to 25,000. Good. And then we have the... This one should be telling us if we are positive or negative. It doesn't, but... Oh, we have a few things that we don't have yet. We don't have the recycler. Let's see. We don't have this one. This is important. Whoop. Where should you belong? You should be here, right? That's like the least annoying place you could be. Ah. There, right? So this one, it's more than the other ones and it's more than 200. So start recycling. It's not though. Why not? Oh, it is now. Good. If you wanted needed pumps, you can move the fuel production up 2 tiles. Yes. No. How? Oh yeah, I could. Yes. No. I have no idea how. But yes. Because I can't move these ones up. Then I'd have to sort of break it here. And then... why do you need the radar again? Because I need this signal from here into that one, which kind of was a little bit awkward. Because I can't jump on these ones. So I need to get the signal from here to here. And I can't really get that. While I do have space for a radar here. Which could just take the signal that we get and put it in here. But that's not actually the signal I want. It's the signal coming from up here. That should get us the green one when it turns green. So one of them is green, one of them is missing. How about bite prevention? That's not for today. That's for next time. Like it bothers me that I have a radar from here to here, but I can't really get it anywhere else. Maybe I could. Maybe I could get this one set up here. No. This is too far from this location. All the way down there. And then it's just annoying. The space for two blue fuel pumps, left and right, where the pipe connects to the thrusters. But I can't figure out a good for red pumps. Exactly. That was also what I looked at. Like, this one is easy. Like, that's literally just here and here. But the other one, that'd have to be here. And then that gets up here and then it all cascades out. Or we'll have to do something. Like, there's also the part that this one could be moved over to that location and it would be exactly the same build. So that means there is a point that we could, for example, do something like this. That would also be an option. And then we now have more options, right? But as I said, I'm telling you and myself that I don't need pumps. So let's see. Oh, it started moving. That must be... How did it start moving? It must have turned green, I guess. Ooh. Well, I mean, I guess it's green. If it's green, then go. Alright, we have 6 minutes left to either get another hype train going or to see if this one, how far it gets. Like, look at the thrust on this thing. It's actually not very fast, but it's using a lot of thrust. Is it? Yeah, it's emptying. So it's struggling to keep up thrust. It's green because green is greater than 0. Shouldn't they all be green? It's only sending a green signal when all of it is true. So and one green signal. So it's not counting the number of green signals. Yeah, they give it tier 2 for 60 months. Ooh, nice with the tier 2. Are you sure that your lasers are set up right? They don't seem to be able to destroy what they're shooting at. Oh, well, that's because they suck. It's because I don't have laser upgrades on this. Like I have. Yeah. Now this is a repeatable one. I think you go up to 12 at least, right? Mostly to block the YouTube comment. No fuel control. Man. But I don't think... Oh, they do actually kill something now. Now that we have 4 upgrades. Which is 12 upgrades or 11 upgrades. I think it's fair to assume 12 upgrades. I also am worried that it's flying too fast, the ship. I do think I need thrust control. I think that's pretty obvious now. Wasn't there also something... We did find out that this... Oh, but this is also shooting in medium promethium chunks. But we did actually like this option. But not out there. We don't need that out there. But here, yes. Stopped at Aquilo. Okay. So now it's stopped at Aquilo until it gets some of this inbound. Sure. And until it reaches a green signal. So let's see how far we are from the green signal. 900 explosive rockets away? Woo! That seems weird, right? I don't think we actually got this achieved because that's just so far away. Like, this is not producing enough for us. One pump. Oh, one pump to control it all. That's actually a good point. Like, we don't need... We don't need all of it. We actually just need one pump control, because if one of them is constrained, then the other, it doesn't matter if the other one is constrained. That's obvious. Victory ship. Go for the... this one. N, not for Nilos, but for number. Actually, so simple. There. One pump to control them all, one to bind them, pump, send more in the darkness, pump them. Yes. There you go. That actually should work, because we... the other one will then be full, but yeah. These two seem to be struggling the most here, these ones. But they are working full time, so that's nice. Almost full time. And let's go up here and check. 888. 112, that's fine. This is never gonna work, so what we're gonna do is we are going to cheat, as we are want to do. Look at that. Whee! Whee! Look at it go. The lasers on the side. I mean, I think they have the right targets. Let's see. Small and medium. On the side. Small and medium. Yeah. And ignore other targets. Pew! What the? Okay, so they're pew! Let's see. Oh, look at that. It's fine. This one will get there. There you go. And now we start thrusting. I don't know if these are the right numbers. I would also imagine that these numbers should be higher now, as it's a bigger ship. So let's go for like 300 of each. And I think these numbers should also be higher, but we'll get to that another time. You could make an ammo monitor on the blank spot. Yes, that's a good point. We're not going to do that now, but it is a good point. I'll completely forget that until next time. So now it's flying at 150, which is a much more manageable number. Lovely. I think the lasers are pointing. They're basically laser pointers, like shoot this one, but it's not really killing things without it actually. It seems like it's the ammo that actually kills. Let's see. This one has kills. What about the laser turrets? Do they have kills? Yeah, 72 kills. Yeah, okay, 63. Okay, so they do. Laser turrets are actually doing a little bit. Let's get our first Prometheum. There we go. Shoot that one. Shoot that one. The railguns are so amazing. They're just so fun and completely useless everywhere except. Yeah, maybe the laser turrets are just kill stealing. Ooh, that's a lot over here on this corner. Oh, we're not actually at the edge yet. We're just kind of only working our way towards the edge. So. But let's see how. It's kind of dropping down. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe it's just every other one that's allowed to shoot at. Like these, every other one that's allowed to shoot at the small ones. There. So now, some of them are allowed to shoot at the small ones, but not all of them. It's just a little worried if we have to kill all of the medium rockets with rockets here. This one is allowed to shoot at small ones. Or huge, large ones, not huge. This is a big asteroid. It's a huge asteroid. Okay. Those chunks are getting closer around. Yeah, they are, but that's because of my turrets are really small or short range. So, but there is a high density here. So the last bit is the lethal part. It's like hold your fire, hold your fire, hold it. So yeah, they're getting close. I would really love to see just a little bit of Prometheum, but it just takes forever to get out here. I don't think we can fly faster than this, because if we just look at it, like, that's, yeah. One turret ran out of ammo. It is kind of dipping. Okay, let's try and see, what if we didn't allow any of the turrets to shoot at the medium. So it has to be rockets that shoot at this. That is kind of the intention of it. But these will still be allowed to shoot. Oh, they'll still be allowed to shoot at that one. Allowed to shoot at smaller. Do you want to set up warning alert for ammo dips? No, not really. I don't want to do anything because we're over time, but I just really want to see, like, yes, we got some Prometheum, and then we'll close the stream down. So over the next week, we have 3 streams scheduled for Silksong, and then I expect that three streams will be enough to complete the rest of Silksong, including looking for secret bosses and sort of cleaning out all of the stuff that we haven't found. Speed up time. Oh, you're brilliant. You're brilliant. I was like, flying fast. Oh, that's not what I want. It should still be able to handle it, right? Yeah, it is just barely handling it. Thank you. Quad time. Stop thrust when ammo goes low until factory produced. Yes, that's how I want it to be done, but I don't really want it. I'd like it to not be necessary. It's a little intense, this part. And an autosave is good. Good timing for the autosave. That's how I tested my jet speed and get something to eat. Yeah, but 16, I can't run 16 times. Can I? Barely? Barely time 8, yeah. This is a little intense. Come on, Prometheum. Where are you? Ah! I'm seeing Prometheum. I see Prometheum. We're playing double speed. We see Prometheum. Oh, and I ship. Oh, everything is running out. Yep. I think we're Yeah. Well, I'll just save now, and then we're gonna end with the ship exploding. Ah. Well, we this is a good place to end because we certainly have task ahead of us for next time, and that is more ammo. I think that as nice as this one was, we need 2 of these. So, thank you for joining, and I did take a save, so we got plenty of saves. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow and the next couple of days for some the end of Silk Song, and then we have also a week from now we'll be starting on Pax Romana, and yeah, that's also gonna be awesome. So that'll be the next main non-Factorio game on the channel, both on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for watching. Good night, everyone. Take care and stay effective.